Yesterday saw 12 heats take place amidst changeable weather conditions, but we are now in the business end of the 2024 BNL Karting Series kickoff here at the home of champions, Karting Gang. 4 super heats and 4 finals will then take us to the end of this one-off event where it is winner take all. Good morning and welcome to the Limburg region of Belgium. Back in the commentary box once again, Alex Goldschmidt bringing you all the play-by-play throughout the course of today's proceedings. So after the 12 heats yesterday, we had the ranking after the heats, and Victor Reutz, with 2 wins to his credit, took the ranking after heats lead in the Minimax class, closely followed by the likes of Vic van Kampenhout and AJ Berggraaf. Majos Mazinis and Jette Moonen completed the top 5. Jesse Moonen in the number 10, who placed 14th in the ranking after heats, is the leading Minimax rookie driver in the classification, with Ryan Rampadarath 17th, Theo Steindel in 19th. And there you see on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, the forthcoming timetable. So 10:30 for the Mini and Mini Rookie Super Heat, DD2 and DD2 Masters at 10:50, Juniors at 11:10 and 11:30 will be the seniors. Then that will take us to the lunch break, and then we'll kickstart the finals at 1 p.m. local time this afternoon. 1:25 p.m. for DD2 and DD2 Masters, Juniors at 10 to 2, and 2:15 will be senior Rotax. Coming on to DD2 and DD2 Masters with 2 wins to his credit yesterday and a 3rd place. Paul Fourquement from France leads the DD2 and Masters combined ranking after the heats on a total of 141 points, with Noah Hip just 9 behind. The number 414 for RM Concept took the win in the final heat yesterday. Jules Cousin, Nicolas Guillaume and Kylian Gerhardt round out the top 5 in the ranking after the heats. Leading the DD2 Masters classification, Christophe Capitain in the number 599, ahead of Pritzai and Carl Klebor, rounding out the top 3, placing 8th, 9th and 11th respectively. Seniors, 3 different winners from 3 different heats. Macaulay Bishop, who took the opening heat win, would score 135 points and put him at the top of the ranking after heats for seniors, just ahead of Tommy van der Sloijs, who took the win in heat 3. Jaden Teen's run of consistency has kept him in the mix in 3rd place on 120 points, level with van der Sloijs, who, on the benefit of the doubt of having a heat 3 victory, puts him ahead of the Dutch driver. Lawrence Herboz and Luca Thiel round out the top 5. Then going into juniors, Thomas Verheyen, 2 wins for the Belgian on the Tony Kart chassis in the 282 on 144 points. 23 behind is Germany's Noah Janssen on the 231, with Max Sidersky on 112 rounding out the top 3. Both Ryan Bourguignon and Heat 1 winner yesterday, Cameron Nelson, round out the top 5, with Jake Woods, João Maria Pereira, Lars Lambers, Lucas Els and Alexander Van Meeuwen completing the top 10. So with 50 points available for the winner in the heats, the super heats, there are more points up for grabs, whereby there will be 75 points for a heat win. And after the super heat has been completed, the totals will be added up, and then we will have our decided grid for the respective finals. As I said earlier on, this morning and also yesterday, that it is a winner-take-all. So whoever wins the final becomes the winner of the BNL Karting Series kickoff for 2024. Due to have 28 drivers set to get into battle over a slightly longer time. So for Mini-Max and Mini-Rookie and Juniors, instead of 7 minutes plus an additional lap, it will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap. And for DD2, DD2 Masters and Senior Rotax, it will be 12 minutes plus an additional lap for their super heats. So let's get things underway here on finals day for the BNL Karting Series kickoff. It's the Mini and Mini Rookie Superheat. Let's take you through the starting grid. Pole position will be in the form of Victor Reutz in the 176 with Vic van Kampenhout in the 147 alongside. Row 2 is the 171 of AJ Berggraaf with the 151 of Majas Mazinas alongside. Row 3, it's Jent Timonen in the 110 and the 125 of Patrikas Jokius. Jeff Verbeek in the 126 and Vince van der Hullen in the 130 round out row 4, and completing the top 10 is the 116 of Zen Lindemann and the 193 of Jack Freeman. Arie Kallenberg and Gage Moyes round out row 6 with Tristan Shays and Jesse Moonen completing row 7. Kimi May and Maria Roberto round out row 8 with Ryan Rampadarath and Tafi Niskanen on row 9. Completing the top 20, it's Theo Steindal and Arthur Farrow. Devrim Yater, Ava Lawrence, Leon Herbols, Pauline Van Praet, Tristan Abils, Plamen Georgiev, Albert Farrow and Ryan Rivers round out the 28-strong grid. So this morning at around about between 8 and 8:30, big deluge of rainfall, also hailstones once again. So the track is very much saturated, so the drivers will be in their wetsuits and with the wet weather tyres on all karts. There is a breeze in the air. So we'll see whether we do get a better change in the weather conditions over the course of the 8 races, the 4 superheats and the 4 finals that we will have today. So the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry just over the start-finish straight as the drivers now start to make their way down towards turn number 10. And it will be down to Victor Reutz and Vic van Kampenhout to lead the field through into the tram lines out of the final corner. And then, if all's well, we will be lights out and we will be underway in racing. For the first of 8 times today, the field now starts to close on in the 2x2 rolling start formation. Drivers weaving from side to side, getting themselves ready. Out of the final corner, revs rise. Lights are on. Lights are out first time we're underway. And it's going to be a drag race down to turns 1 and 2. Victor Reutz will lead the field as one's gone spinning around. That is Jent Timonen, and somebody else has also gone off and hit a big muddy puddle between turn 1 and turn 6. Several other karts also off the circuit as the rest of the field makes their way through in towards turn 6 for the first time. So no surprise, yellow flags at Marshall Post 1, heading into turns 1 and 2. 3 karts off the circuit. And Jent Timonen now manages to get through on the 180 of Ava Lawrence. Field now makes its way through down into the right-hander here at turn 10, and it's AJ Berggraaf that now leads the race. Vic van Kampenhout in second. Jeff Verbeek in the 126, now up to P3. Victor Reutz looks to have dropped down into 4th position as Berggraaf hooks into the curbing on the inside of the approach into turn 12. So lap 1 now completed. AJ Berggraaf leads the way from 3rd on the grid to the race lead. As no overtaking into turns 1 and 2. There were yellow flags. The drivers affected Maria Roberto, Tafi Niskanen, Leon Herbols and Pauline Van Praet. Well, Maria Roberto's got going again. Niskanen, Herbols and Van Praet look to be out. However, there is a couple of drivers looking to be very, very gutsy going through into turn 5, one of which was the 1, 2, 4. And that was Arthur Farrow making a nice clean overtake. Meantime, Vic van Kampenhout trying to get through on AJ Berggraaf, who runs wide through turn number 8. And van Kampenhout in the 147 now takes the lead. Through into turn 9, a little bit of a wider exit from Vic van Kampenhout as AJ Bergdorf tries to get the momentum to try and get through on the 147, who blocks off, who makes a very stern and very good clean defense into turn 10. So Leon Herbos has managed to get going again. Meantime, we're about to complete lap 2. 2 laps completed, 2 different leaders. Van Kampenhout leads Berggraf as Victor Reutz going side by side with Mayus Mazinas. And Victor Reutz holds on, well, stays now in what is 4th position. Mazinas managed to get alongside and pull slightly in front across the start-finish line on the completion of lap 2. But Victor Reutz still holding his ground. Just behind them is Patrikas Jokius in the 125 from Lithuania. A little bit late on the brakes was the 125, I think, but still manages to keep Mazinas in front. A little bit of a touch between the pair. That's going to run Mazinas a little bit wide. Taps the right-hand side of the helmet as if to say, come on, Patrikos, just think about it. Don't start battling me. Let's try and catch up with those in front of us, because Mazinas was very much embroiled in a battle with Victor Reutz for that 4th place. Ryan Rivers, in the meantime, has made up 10 places from 26th on, well, he was actually so dead last on the grid, so that is effectively 12 places gained. So Taffy Niskanen and Pauline Van Preet out of the race. They're going to have to wait a little while until the final comes around a little bit later on, and that will be at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So Van der Hullen past Sen Lindemann, that's for 7th. Meantime, Patrikas Jokius up the inside through turn 2 on Mayus Mazinas, but Mazinas gets back through, retakes 5th place. As we have 4 minutes and 48 seconds on the timer, plus an additional lap remaining. Plamen Georgiev now up into 22nd position. Theo Steindal, in the meantime, has made it up to 14th from 19th on the grid as Patrikas Jokius again tries to look for the opening the opportunity to get through on Mayus Mazinas, but that is not quite happening yet. Fastest lap of the race so far, Vic van Kampenhout, 1 minute 17.314. As the sun now decides to break through the clouds and cover the circuit in sunlight. The gap last time around was nearly 7/10 of a second between the leader and 2nd place. It's now extended to just over a second. And another new fastest lap by Vic van Kampenhout, 1 minute 17.044. Nearly 4/10 quicker, but in the meantime, Jenthe Moonen, starting to come back through the field, has just got past the 113 of Tristan Shays. That's for 12th place. And now is looking for another position. And gets through on Ari Kallenberg in the 128. Gets through at turn 4. As they now make their way down the Europalan at turn 6. Just behind them is Kimi May, the 150 from Germany. Overtakes are happening through into turn 7. Looks like that was Cage Moyes that Jenthe Moonen has just managed to get past. So another position gained by the Belgian. After drama in the opening moment or two of the race itself. A couple of time penalties have just been given out for drivers breaking formation with 2 wheels out of the tram line. So getting a 3-second time penalty will be Devrim Yater in the 108 and also Leon Herbos in the 198. As Kimi May makes an overtake in his own right through on the 128. And that's Ari Kallenberg. Oh, dramas for Victor Reutz. Victor Reutz was running P4 and has dropped a handful of positions. That was coming out of turn number 3. There's a bit of a gap between Victor Reutz and somebody else. Not too sure if there might have been a little bit of assistance for Victor Reutz. He was actually battling with Jeff Verbeek. And there was a little bit of a touch between the pair into the left-hand side of Victor Reutz. As now Patrick Asiokius again trying to get past on Mayos Mazinas. They've closed in on Jeff Verbeek in the 126. So this is the battle for P3. AJ Berggraaf just up ahead in the 171. Whereas Vic van Kampenhout has extended a lead to 1.7 seconds. There goes Vince van der Hallen up the inside through into turn number 11 on Patrick Asiokius. Vic van Kampenhout now exits the final corner and will cross the line to complete lap number 6. And his advantage now over AJ Berggraaf is 2.4 seconds and climbing. So Victor Reutz drops down to 7th position. Jens Timonen now up into 9th, having got past the 116 of Zen Lindemann. But with 50 seconds to go, Van Kampenhout is in front and is starting to pull away. Vince van der Hallen now trying to look to see if he can get past the 151 of Mayos Mazinas. Won't get it done through into turn number 7. But with Mazinas running a little bit wide through the halfway point of turn 8, that could have given van der Hallen a little bit of an opportunity through out of turn 9. A little wave of the finger as if to say to Patrick Asiokius, no, you can't do that. There's a little bit of a touch between front and rear bumper. But we are coming down to the final few seconds of the 9 minutes elapsing. So, final lap is underway. It was literally on the buzzer for Vic van Kampenhout, and he's got a 3.6 second lead. And he's just set the new fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 16.670 was 1.2 seconds quicker than AJ Berggraaf, who is still very much in second place. But Jeff Verbeek is being challenged in the latter stages of the race by Mayos Mazinas for that 3rd place. So one more run down the Europalant here at turn 6 and 7, but there is the race leader. Vic van Kampenhout started on the outside of the front row. And even though hitting a big puddle on the inside approach into turn number 9, it hasn't really fazed the youngster from Belgium. 2 more turns to negotiate, and Vic van Kampenhout can easily bring it home. And is going to pick up a maximum score of 75 points from the outside of the front row to becoming the Superheat winner in Minimax. Out of the final corner, Vic van Kampenhout strides away into the distance and takes victory in the Superheat, taking 75 points. AJ Berggraaf takes 2nd. 3rd is Jeff Verbeek. 4th is Mayos Mazinas, with Vince van der Hallen rounding out the top 5. Patrick Asiokius, Victor Reutz and Jack Freeman complete the top 8, followed by Jens Timonen and Zen Lindemann. Kees Moyes and Kimmy May complete the top 12 as the rest of the finishers come across the start-finish line. Theo Steindal wins the mini rookie classification, taking 13th place. Ahead of Tristan Shays and Ari Kallenberg, with Arthur Ferro completing the top 16. Ryan Rampadarath, Ryan Rivers making some good headway and ending up 18th at the end of the race. So up 10 positions from last on the grid. Ava Lawrence, Devram Yeta, Albert Ferro, Tristan Abils, Maria Roberto, Jesse Moonen and Plamen Georgiev, along with Lee and Herbos, who crosses the stripe now to take the checkered flag. They are the 26 out of 28 finishers. And with the opening incident happening just on the outskirts of turns 1 and 2, we lost Taffy Niskanen from Finland and Pauline van Pret from Belgium. But Vic van Kampenhout takes the maximum score as the winner of the mini Superheat. Now time for the super heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the starting grid. On pole position, it will be the 402 of Paul Fauquemin from France. Noah Hipp will be alongside on the front row in the 414. Jules Cousin and the 451 will line up on the inside of row number 2. Alongside him representing Belgium will be Nicolas Guillaume in the 491. Kilian Gerhardt in the 404 and Dominic Reuters in the 403 line up on row 3. Row 4 is completed by Luca Neuenhausen in the 488 and Christophe Capitan in the 599, who was the leading DD2 Masters driver following the ranking after heats yesterday. Pritzai and Fredrik Zebbes Christensen in the 519 and the 433 complete the top 10. Carl Klebor in the 540 and the 504 of Michael Becker round out row 6. It's Malik Mack and Devin Sagardi in the 412 and the 444 on row 7. Mats Johan Overhoff and Louis Koch round out the top 8 rows in the 401 and the 408, and completing the grid, Nikita Genza in the 407, Maximilian Adolf in the number 424, and Sung Hung Moon in the 515, completing the grid. So instead of the 10 minutes plus an additional lap, we extend the time to 12 minutes plus an additional lap for this superheat. Now that all the drivers have crossed the start-finish line and are onto their formation lap, the red lights have been ignited on the starting gantry once again. So yesterday, it was 2 wins in DD2 for Paul Fauquemin. The driver alongside him, the 414 of Noah Hipp, took the heat win in number 3. Christophe Capitan also took the Heat 1 and Heat 2 victories, but it was the 504 of Germany's Michael Becker that made sure that that clean sweep was not completed by the Frenchman. And Michael Becker has just spun the cart around, pointing in the other direction, heading in towards the approach into turn number 10. As the front row now starts to control proceedings in the 2x2 rolling start formation. So at a crawl, the drivers come out of the final corner. They head into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out first time. Good start by the pole sitter, Paul Fauquemin, who instantly goes over to the left-hand side and cuts off the opportunity for Noah Hipp to get through. Also, Jules Cousin got compromised a little bit as they all make their way through into turn 3. And some drivers going very wide into turn 3 towards the outside and then bury the throttle and get the traction pull through into turn 4. Same approach will be used as one of the Door Motorsport karts. That's Nikita Genza at the back end of the field. Someone's 2 wheels on the grass. And that was one of the Dams racing karts coming through into turn 7. That was Jules Cousin. So the leaders making their way through into turn number 11. It's the 404 of Kilian Gerhardt that leads the way. Jules Cousin in second. Third, it's Paul Fauquemin. Fourth looks to be Nicolas Guillaume in the 491. So after the opening lap, Gerhardt leads the way, having moved up from 5th to 1st. Noah Hipp has dropped down to 5th place, but now goes up the inside of Nico Guillaume into turn number 2. And Guillaume manages to get back past him on the run through to turn 3 and holds steady on the racing line to not give Noah Hipp an opportunity to get through. Pritsai now leads in the DD2 Masters classification ahead of Carl Klebor. They are 6th and 7th respectively as the drivers rocket out of turn number 6 and go down the Europalan. Hard on the brakes, turn it in to the right, then the left, and then through into the sweeper here at turn number 8. Again, some of the drivers using the curbing. For some, it's slightly pushing them wide towards the outside edge of the mid part of turn 8. As Noah Hip looks up the inside of Nicolas Guillaume, who tries to go for the crisscross out of turn 9, gets back through. Nice little exchange between the pair as they head through into turn 10. And a little bit of a touch for Guillaume from behind as he got hit. His rear bumper got hit by the front bumper of Noah Hip. He's got to be very, very careful. If those clips are in or that bumper is not in the correct position, that'll be a 5-second time penalty post-race. Kylian Gerhardt has a lead of just over 0.3 of a second ahead of Jules Cousin. And there goes the 414 again, up the inside. And Pritsai also fancies his chances. That gives no other alternative. I'm not too sure if Nicolas Guillaume used the runoff area completely, but he's trying to and get through. He was on the inside of Noah Hip through into turn 4, but Hip blocked quite aggressively through into turn number 5. Dominic Reuters, in the meantime, has dropped all the way down to 10th place, started 6th. So Pritsai and Carl Klebor have made up 3 and 4 places respectively. But new leader now, Jules Cousin, in the meantime, has got past the 404 of Kylian Gerhardt for the race lead. 8 3/4 minutes remaining, plus an additional lap. So 3 laps completed. Cousin puts in a new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 11.320. But Gerhardt looking up the inside, and that was threading the eye of the needle by Jules Cousin. Switched to the outside of turn 2, pointed the kart in the direction he wanted to go, hit the throttle, and it rocketed him forward and back through. So taking that tighter line through at turn 2 in these kind of conditions sometimes can be a bit counterproductive. Whereas the driver that decides to go a little bit deeper into turn 2 has the opportunity and the benefit of better traction because the kart's already rotated and it's pointing in the direction that the driver wishes it to go in. So with 7 minutes and 35 seconds still to go, Cousin leads, but not by much in front of Kylian Gerhardt. A little bit further back, Nicolas Guillaume currently running in 5th place as he's been passed and dropped by Noah Hip, who's back up to 4th place and is trying to chase down Paul Volquemen in 3rd. Guillaume has got Pritsai, Carl Klebor, Luca Neuenhausen. Christophe Capitain is also there, and Dominic Reuters might not be that far adrift. Cousin's lead now, nearly a second, and a new fastest lap by the Frenchman again. 1 minute 11.291. Kylian Gerhardt's lap time was a 1 minute 11.822. So the best part of nearly 0.6 of a second quicker. So Klebor and Sai battling over 6th place, which is effectively for the lead in the DD2 Masters side of things. Fredrik Zevis Christensen, in the meantime, has dropped out of the top 10 and is down in 13th place. Manek Mak has dropped from 13th to 15th. Nikita Genzer and Mats Johan Overhoff, unfortunately, bringing up the rear end of the field, but both are still out on track. But Cousin just trying to get on with the business at hand. Has got a clear track in front, clean air with which to push. Try and pull a further bit of a gap between himself and Gerhardt, and that gap is now nearly 1.2 seconds. So just over 2/10 is the advantage. As now there's going to be a change for 3rd. That's Noah Hip through on Paul Volquemen, who again manages to quickly retake and reassert himself in 3rd place. Still a significant breeze around the circuit. The banner flags flapping in the breeze, as we have got an opportunity for Luca Neuenhausen to get through on Karl Klebor. That will be for 7th overall, but more importantly, that will not impact Neuenhausen in terms of how things are looking when it comes to the DD2 sides of the classification. And Noah Hipp has just been found to break out of the corridor with 2 wheels on the start and now has a 3-second time penalty. And at the moment, he's less than 3 seconds ahead of Nicolas Guillaume in 5th place. So if it was being shown on the Digi flag, then the 414 from France will have seen it and then gone, right, I've got to get a move on. And now he decides to go up the inside once again, but the same thing happens. 2 laps in a row that Noah Hipp goes up the inside of Paul Forquemin, and Forquemin does exactly the same thing. Round the outside, hits the throttle and gets what he needs, as in the traction, and then being able to move through back into 3rd place rather easily. So that just goes to show how quickly things can change. So with 4 minutes still to go, 8 minutes completed, a third of the time left still to count down to 0, plus an additional lap. There is still a possibility of other things to develop in the meantime. And again, Noah Hipp trying to go for the same approach like he did last time for the 3rd lap in a row. And this time, Forquemin gets through on the inside of him. So Noah Hipp loses a little bit of momentum just by swinging the cart out a little bit wider throughout a turn number 2. And Forquemin was quick to react. And through into turn 6. This time, Noah Hipp goes a little bit wider, but loses quite a few kart lengths to Forquemin, but then closes it up under the brakes into turn 7 at the chicane. But the gap has been expanding at the front of the field, with Jules Cousin now probably the best part of over 2.5 seconds ahead of Kylian Guérin. But the battle for P3 has been raging on for at least the last 5 to 6 minutes. And again, Noah Hipp tries the same tactic. Up the inside, runs a little bit wide. Will Forquemin get through this time? It's going to be nip and tuck between the pair, but Forquemin might get the better traction out of turn number 3 this time. Noah Hipp able to break what was happening previously, that Forquemin would have his number, and this time Forquemin tighter on the inside through at turn 6. And Noah Hipp decides to go to the outside and get the better traction out of the corner and just powers past Forquemin rather easily. But again, with these wet conditions over here at the circuit, and with the wet weather tyres, it is sometimes not about using the optimum racing line. Sometimes you have to be a little bit creative. You find out how the kart is reacting with the grip underneath you, with the sunlight up above. It is going to help the track to evolve. So a dry line will start to form, and then that will start to warm up the wet weather tyres. And then that will cause them to possibly go through an overheating cycle, and thereby those blocks will wear away. So sometimes some of the drivers might decide to go offline, and thereby that will assist to keep the tyres within their window of operating temperature. There's Neuenhausen and Capitan now ahead of Klebor in terms of DD2 Masters. But Pritsai, who's made up 3 places from 9th on the grid and is currently P6, is comfortably away from these 3 or 4 drivers behind him. Jules Cousin comes out of the final corner, and we are going to have 2 more laps. So lap 11 out of 12 underway as the timer hits 0 when Noah Hipp crossed the line in P3 and is now 1.2 seconds up the road from Paul Forquemin. The gap between Noah Hipp and Paul Forquemin coming into this superheat was just 9 points. And this could also help Jules Cousin, who's currently on 116 points. And that will put him on 191 points. So the leaders making their way around the circuit. Some of the drivers still making their way down the Europlan. As after this one, we will have 1 more lap to go. Our race leader, Jules Cousin, now making his way through into turn number 10. And has consistently been putting in fastest laps. He's been treating it like a wet weather qualifying session at the moment. A 1 minute 10.483 was Cousin's last lap. His lead was 3.4 seconds. On to the final lap we go of this race. Another new fastest lap, 1 minute 10.064. Guérin's lap time, well, 1 minute 10.985 as there goes Carl Clipple up the inside of Devin Segardi, who gets the crisscross back through turn 12. They now go on to the final lap of the race, and that's Devin Segardi now up to 9th. But in terms of the classification, that'll put him 7th in DD2. But Jules Cousin, with a 4.3 second advantage, can comfortably bring the 451 Dams Racing Tony kart across the line in just a handful of corners. And everyone is set to complete all 12 laps of racing as our leader makes his way through into turn 10 for the final time. Was 3rd in the ranking after heats yesterday, after three heats. But Jules Cousin from 3rd on the grid powers out of the final corner, and he wins the super heats by a comfortable margin. And that'll put a smile on Jan Dams's face. I'm very much sure of that. And he wins ahead of Kilian Guérin by 4.8 seconds. Noah Hipp comes around the corner to take P3. He will be demoted to 4th, however, so that'll promote Paul Forquemin up to 3rd once the results have been amended to reflect that penalty. Nicolas Guillaume rounds out the top 5. Pritsai takes the win in DD2 Masters, placing 6th overall, having started 9th. Luca Neuhausen and Christophe Capitain finished exactly where they started, 7th and 8th. Devin Segardi 9th, making up 5 places from 14th. To finish ahead of Carl Clibor in the number 540, who completes the top 10 and also completes the top 3 in DD2 Masters. Dominic Reuters, unfortunately, would end up 11th, having started 6th. Frederick Zebis Christensen hasn't been a great weekend for the Dane, but of course it's one of his first tryouts as a DD2 driver rather than being a senior. He finishes 12th ahead of Nikita Genza. Michael Becker started 12th, finished in 14th, ahead of Maximilian Adolf in 15th. Marek Mack, Mats Johan Overhoff, Louis Koch and Sung Hung Moon round out the 19 strong finishers, with everyone making it to the checkered. 2 superheats down, 2 to go. Next up, it's the junior Rotax superheat, and here is your starting grid. Thomas Verheyen, who took 2 wins yesterday, starts on pole position. He'll be joined by Noah Janssen in the 231 on the front row. Max Siderski in the 297 will be joined by France's Ryan Bourguignon on row 2. Cameron Nelson and Jake Woods making an all-British row number 3. João Maria Pereira and Lars Lambers on row 4, with Lucas Sells and Alexander Van Meeuwen rounding out the top 10. Enzo Riccio will be joined on row number 6 by Lieke van Berkel, with Boris Maximov and Tom Reger rounding out row number 7. Isaac Barker, Bran van der Weken, Jim Back and Filip Wisniewski complete the 18-strong junior Rotax grid. So 2 winners yesterday. Cameron Nelson picking up the win in Heat 1, with Thomas Verheyen taking the wins in Heats 2 and 3. And already, well, João Maria Pereira in the 270 will not take any part in the superheat. The Portuguese driver, unfortunately, has had a technical drama, and that has caused his kart to stop. So down to 17 drivers we go for this superheat. So 9 minutes plus an additional lap will decide the final bit of points gathering ahead of the final. We're down to Thomas Verheyen and Noah Janssen on the front row to control the pace in the rolling starts as they make their way at a slow crawl. They will accelerate as they will head into the tram lines now. Revs rise. Lights are on. Lights are out. We're underway. And let's see who gets to turns 1 and 2 first. As everyone's bumping over the curbing, someone's gone for a very, very late move up the inside and has managed to get through into second position. I think that might have been Lucas Sells in the 235. So a great job there by the 235 from France. Max Siderski is in 3rd place. Thomas Verheyen coming through into turn 6 and now down the Europolan for the first time is leading the way as the field makes its way down this very, very fast-paced back straight and then into turn 6 and 7. But battle for second place. Noah Janssen was trying to get through on Lucas Sells. Just behind them is Max Siderski in 4th position. But already Thomas Verheyen is trying to extend a slight advantage. 5th, I think that is going to be Cameron Nelson in the 241 for Dan Holland Racing. Could be a change for 6th, just behind. Jake Woods looks to be on the offensive as the first minute is completed. Lucas Sells uses the outside runoff area coming out of turn number 11. Trying to keep Noah Janssen at bay as the 231 scrambles for traction on the back axle. Coming out of that turn 12 final corner. And Max Siderski in 4th place as Thomas Verheyen cuts across the front bumper of Noah Janssen, who now is back up into 2nd position. Lucas Sells down to 3rd. Max Siderski in 4th. Cameron Nelson starting to chase them down. Jake Woods, Lars Lambers and Enzo Riccio round out the top 8. Ryan Bourguignon down to 9th. Boris Maximov now up 3 places from 13th to round out the top 10. Filip Wisniewski also on the move and now is up into 12th place, having started from the back end of the grid. Out of turn number 9, and it's going to be 5 karts battling for the race lead and for the victory in the Junior Rotax Superheat. But it's Verheyen that leads the way. Janssen, then it's Sells, then it is Swiderski, who's trying to get back, trying to get through. And Swiderski started, and there's going to be a possible change for the lead, and there's Noah Janssen up the inside of Thomas Verheyen through the final corner. The 2-3-1 gets through and has just a slender lead of about a tenth and a half. There's Max Swiderski looking not only up the inside of Lucas Sells, but also Thomas Verheyen. And that was through turn 2. Cameron Nelson had to watch it there because Lucas Sells was rocketing out of turn number 3, swinging to the outside and getting through between himself and also Max Swiderski out of turn 3 and into turn 4. Nelson now looks through on the inside of the 297 from the Netherlands. And it's the run down to turn 7 at the Europalaan. Top 5 after 2 laps were covered by just under 1.2 seconds. So already we've had one driver that is having to sit at the sidelines at a marshal post and unfortunately watch the action as it happens. And that was before the start got underway, which was João Maria Pereira, as there's a little bit of a move from Lucas Sells up the inside of Thomas Verheyen. The French driver now up into P2. But whilst this is happening, Noah Janssen has gotten away. But by how much? Lap 3 completed. Janssen puts in a 1 minute 9.197. Pretty much exactly to the decimal point, a tenth quicker than Lucas Sells. Gap now is just under 7 tenths. And Thomas Verheyen, Max Swiderski and Cameron Nelson bump over the curbs through turn number 3. And that dry line is really starting to be quite prominent on the circuit. So 5 minutes still to go in this 9 minute plus 1 additional lap superheat. It's anyone's guess as to what might happen as Max Swiderski looks up the inside of Thomas Verheyen for third through out of turn 8. But the 282 held his nerve and stayed in front. Cameron Nelson fancies an opportunity. This could be the chance he needs through a turn 10 on Max Swiderski. That's a great move from Cameron Nelson. Threading the eye of the needle did the 2-4-1 from the United Kingdom. Now he's up to 4th. Let's not forget, he's going to go for 3rd now. Up through the inside of turn 12. Thomas Verheyen trying to get back at him. And Nelson sternly defends. Swiderski bumps over the curbs, the back end skyward and sideways to the left. In the meantime, Lucas Sells is now up into P2. And this is very, very close indeed. The last time they came across the stripe, it was just over 2 tenths of a second. Lucas Sells, new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 8.675, was the fastest driver overall in the race in sectors 1 and 3. Enzo Riccio from Finland is now up into P6. He's got past Jake Woods in the 2:05 and is the fastest driver in sector number 2. Still just over 3.5 minutes to go. And if Lucas Sells manages to catch Noah Janssen and they start battling, well, that'll bring in Cameron Nelson because everyone else behind him is starting to squabble. That's Verheyen, that's Swiderski, Enzo Riccio is now with them. And not only that, so is Jake Woods. So it's now going to be a bit of a skirmish here. Enzo Riccio now looking up the inside through turn number 12. He does exactly the same what Swiderski did a lap ago. And not only bumped over the curbs, the back end went up in the air. He's got Jake Woods up the inside. Woods is through at turn 2, and Maximov now joins the fray. Make that not just 4 karts, it's now 5 that are going to be competing for effectively 4th place. But already, Max Swiderski has clawed a little bit of a gap between himself and Thomas Verheyen. Now Verheyen is having to sternly defend. This is all going in the way of Noah Janssen in terms of the points. And there is Jake Woods up the inside on Verheyen. There is Enzo Riccio. There is Boris Maximov. Who's behind him? Lars Lambers. And oh, it got a bit close there. And through the puddle splashes Thomas Verheyen as Enzo Riccio was side by side coming out of turn 9. And Verheyen hung on to it. But he's got Maximov round towards his outside. Through out of turn number 12. That's going to be another position gain. Thomas Verheyen is losing place after place. and he's now down to 8th position. The way things are going, Noah Janssen will probably more than likely find himself on pole position for the final a little bit later on. And Maximov is trying to get through. He's going round the outside at turn 3, now at turn 4. What's going to happen here at 5? Maximov slots neatly in front and with minimal fuss. But then runs a little bit wide through turn 6. Thomas Verheyen jumping up and down in the seat, but it's not enough to keep him ahead of Maximov down the Europalan. And to be honest, looking at things from this perspective, well, behind Lars Lambers is Ryan Bourguignon, who's rounding out the top 10. But Bourguignon looks to have lost a little bit of time, whereas Lambers has managed to accelerate his pace. We're coming down to the final minute. Right, Sam Knopfjes. There was someone who gapped a minute in DD2. It was Jake Bezelbeck, and it was Senior Rotax. He was on wets. Everyone in Heat 2 Seniors yesterday was on slicks. So Enzo Riccio now gets through on Jake Woods for P5, but the race lead is still being hotly contested. Lucas Sells is not giving Noah Janssen any room to breathe whatsoever. Through into turn 5. Now on the brakes. Through into 6. Lucas Sells up the inside. He's half a kart length in front. Now he's in front of him. And Noah Janssen is now going to fight this and say, well, you got past me. I'll return the favour. He's got to do it nice and cleanly on track. But Lucas Sells, at this point, Lucas Sells coming into this was 9th in the ranking after heats classification following the 3 heats yesterday. But this is really showcasing that Noah Janssen, this morning, the fortune has swung his way. So Lady Luck has been on the young German driver's side. Timer has expired. One more lap to go once we cross the stripe here at Karting Genk. And it's Lucas Sells who started 9th, now up 8 places and is leading by over 3.5 tenths of a second going into the final lap of the Superheat for Junior Rotax. Noah Janssen trying to close on in. But with that stumble over the inside curbing at turn 3, he's going to have to settle more than likely for second place. But Cameron Nelson has been setting the best sector of anybody in Sector 2. He's just put in a new fastest lap, and he just took 1.2 seconds out of Noah Janssen on that last lap. So we're on lap number 9. And looks to be all of the 17 drivers out of 18 that took the start will take the checkered flag. But from 9th on the grid, France will have something to celebrate about here right now, because through into turn number 12, it's going to be Lucas Sells in the number 235 that powers out of the final corner and wins the Junior Superheat after a difficult day in the office. Noah Janssen knows that second place has just provisionally secured him pole position for the final later on today. So Lucas Sells from 9th on the grid takes the win after 9 laps by just over a second, ahead of Germany's Noah Janssen, who provisionally has taken pole position for the final later on. Fastest lap of the race, and 3rd goes to Cameron Nelson. He put in a 1:05.801 in the final lap out of 9, and he started down in 5th. Max Swiderski started 3rd. At one point was battling for the race lead. Finds himself in 4th. Enzo Riccio up 6 places from 11th to 5th at the checker. Jake Woods in the top 5 for a couple of brief moments. Ends up finishing 6th, exactly where he started. Good solid points for the 205. Boris Maximov up from 13th to finish 7th, ahead of Thomas Verheyen, our pole sitter. Lars Lambers and Ryan Bourguignon, who round out the top 10. Bran van der Weken, Jim Bach, Isaac Barker, Tom Hedger, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Philip Wisniewski and Lieke van Berkel round out the finishing order. And unfortunately, on the formation and sighting laps, we lost Portugal's João Maria Pereira. Now time to close off the super heats for the 2024 BNL Karting Series kickoff. It's time for Senior Rotax. Let's take you through the starting grid. So Macaulay Bishop will start from pole position. He claimed 135 points yesterday. Alongside him on the front row will be Tommy van der Stroys on 120 points. Behind them will be Jaden Teen and Lawrence Herboz, who ran out the top two rows. Luca Thiel and Sverre Ubben round out row 3. Row 4, it's an all-brotherly affair because we've got Mika van der Pavert alongside brother Ralph van der Pavert. Row 5, completing the top 10. It's Kevin Navis and Scott Westhovens. Jasper Leinert, who was due to start in 11th, did have problems starting his kart, so might not have been able to break the timing beam. So there might be a little bit of a quick repair, and that might mean he starts from the dummy grid. Wout Kirstens will be on the outside of row 6. Row 7, Mateo Dankovic and Vincent van Kerkhoffen, with Sebastian Koch, Enzo Bol, Tom Longnoir, Ivar Agnostiidis, Alexander Lemaire-Sikra and Jake Bezelbeck rounding out the top 20. Bram Plomp, Giorgio Markenstein, Jori Schoens, Dante Sima, Pat Gubbles round at the top 25. Rounding out the top 30, Lloyd Hare, Freddie Ingram, Robbie Stauder, Baptiste Michadier, Manolo Sendin, Daniel Stell and Martin Geiskens. That's the top 32. Aidish Mehta, representing the UAE in the 350, has not broken the timing beam either. But at least we'll have 31 karts, maybe 32 or a complete 33 strong grid once we get things underway. It's 12 minutes plus an additional lap. So the sunlight has sort of faded away. We have got a little bit more cloud cover over the circuit. But once again, it'll be 75 points for a win in the super finals. If Macaulay Bishop finishes at least in the top 2, he's guaranteed to be on pole for the final. Revs rise. Lights are on. Lights are not out. First full start of finals day. So the senior Rotax field go back around again for another tour of this 1.36 kilometer, 12-turn circuit. Wind once again has picked up as the drivers now weave from side to side. They've got to be very, very careful. There are still some patches of water, of residue on the circuit, so one wrong move whilst weaving from side to side, if they catch a little bit of water on those tyres, it might, like it did with Michael Becker in the DD2 and DD2 Masters Superheat, turn him around and point him in the wrong direction. But the front row starting to get everybody into order. They've got to get into formation very, very quickly. There's a few stragglers at the back, nearly the best part of half the field. Out of the final corner, revs rise. Lights are on, lights are out, second time of asking. It's the runs down to turn 1 and 2. Jaden Teen looking up the inside early doors on Tommy van der Stroys to try and get through on the 301, but he holds on to second position. 2, 3 wide, it's nearly 5 wide, and we've had an incident at the back. A couple of carts have gone up into the air, one's on the grass, and having to avoid all the melee that was happening in front of them. That's the 388 of Puck Gubbles, I believe, that has just gone to the back end of the field. He started 25th. But there's a long train happening from Macaulay Bishop to probably the best part of the top 20. But it's Bishop, van der Stroys, Teen rounding out the top 3. Luca Thiel has gotten up into 4th place. And 5th, it's Lawrence Herboz. Sverre Ubben just behind in 6th. And van der Stroys is losing distance to Macaulay Bishop. And what's more, he's got Jaden Teen up the inside of him. And Jaden Teen nudges ahead and gets through on the run down to turn 1 and 2, down the start-finish straight. And now van der Stroys has got to try and make sure that he's in at least the top 3 rows to have a chance of going for the win in the final, because Senior Rotax will close out the show here at the Home of Champions. Top 10 rounded out by Scott Westhovens, covered by exactly 3.007 seconds. That's incredibly tight. And from 1st to 26 after the opening lap, covered by 8.9. An adjustment on the radiator flap by Tommy van der Stoys on the run into turn number 10. As Macaulay Bishop continues to lead the way. And it's a Dan Holland Racing 1-2. We've already seen that once this weekend. Will we see it again? But the 4 behind, Tommy van der Stoys, are starting to squabble. Sverre Ubben looking up the inside of Mika van der Pavert as Lawrence Herboz goes up the inside of Luca Thiel through at turn number 2. Great work by the Belgian to get the job done on the German. And then Mika van der Pavert gets back through on Sverre Ubben coming out of turn number 3. So Aida Schmeiter either did not, well, look to have not started the race. Jasper Leenitz is out on the circuit, but is currently stone dead last, I'm afraid. Technical dramas for the 377, representing Belgium with GKS Lemons Power. Unable to start the vehicle in time to roll off of the dummy grid and go onto the sighting in the formation lap earlier on. Fastest lap of the race, Jaden Teen in second position, 57.996. The gap was just over 4 tenths. It looks like it could be at least halved. Jaden Teen gets a rocket launch out of the final corner. He's right with his teammate from Dan Holland Racing, and it's a 10.5, another new fastest lap by Tommy van der Stoys this time. Jaden Teen did take it for at least 4 tenths of a second, and then van der Stoys went one better. A 57.342 for Jaden Teen, and Tommy van der Stoys 57.324. Macaulay Bishop was running in the low 57.6s on that last lap. And they have gapped the rest behind. But with what happens normally in Senior Rotax, you find 2, 3 karts that are battling away, and those behind start to close on in. What you're focusing on now with these 3 drivers is who's going to one-up the other. Who's going to take the victory? Because Macaulay Bishop, even if he finishes third, that's a pretty good points haul, and that will put him on pole position for the final later on. Mika van der Pavert leads the train behind. And there's a 3-kart train involving him, Luca Thiel and Lawrence Herboz, Sverre Ubben. Scott Westhovens has made it up to 8th place, and he's ahead of Mateo Radenkovic. Ralph van der Pavert now down in 10th. He's ahead of Enzo Boll, with Wout Kirstens, Kevin Navis, Tom Lenoir and Sebastian Koch rounding out the top 15. Australia's Ivar Adagnostiidis is just about 2.5 tenths of a second away from that battle. So 7.5 minutes still to go. The top 3 very much inseparable at the moment, but it looks like there has been a change for the race lead. Jaden Teen, I think, has just taken it from Macaulay Bishop. That's been confirmed as they came out of turn number 11. So Jaden Teen will now lead us on to lap number 6. Gap between him and Macaulay Bishop, exactly a 10.5. Van der Stoys is still in the mix. Top 3 covered by 0.4 of a second. New fastest lap by the race leader. 56.308 by Jaden Teen. He's 2 tenths quicker than Van der Stoys. He's 3 tenths quicker than Macaulay Bishop on that previous lap. And plus also having the benefit and the added help and assistance of the slipstream at some point on the circuit. So if it wasn't at turns 1 and 2, it would have been down into turn 7 off of the end of the Europlan. Alexandre Lemaire-Sicre from France in the 307, unfortunately has parked the kart on lap 3 and will end up a little bit further down the ranking after the superheats. But this battle, it's going to be very difficult to see who is going to win it. Will it be Teen? Will it be Bishop? Will it be van der Stoys? Well, we've got about 7.5 minutes of racing action here in the Senior Rotax Superheat to very much find out as it unfolds. So Lawrence Herboz now ahead of Luca Thiel. That's a change for 5th position. Daniel Stell, in the meantime, in the 303, has moved up 10 places from 31st on the grid and now is 21st. Robbie Stordeur started 28th, now 16th. Enzo Boll started 16th, now is P11 and a fraction away from getting into the top 10. So Jaden Teen starting to try and extend the lead. It was 0.188 after lap 6. Lap 7 now completed. What's the gap? 0.23. And Van der Stooy still within half a second of the race leader. Again, it's going to be consideration of how many points do I need to score? Do I need to stay where I am? Do I need to push and get another position? Because that's going to give you more points. If Tommy Van der Stooy gets a race win, well, he'll either, if he gets a race win in this Super Heat, that's 75 points. That'll put him on 195. Macaulay Bishop, the way things are at the moment, he does not need to go for the win. But I've known the family and I've known Macaulay since his days at the Bambino Kart Club. And he will push. He will keep on going. And what's more, every racer that's at the sharp end of the field in a battle like this will want to win. All three of them are very deserving winners, but there can only be one when the dust has settled and the checkered flag has fallen. And Van der Stooy's new fastest lap of the race. They are lapping now in the between mid-55s as Macaulay Bishop goes for the race lead. He decided to pull the trigger. Jaden Thien runs wide and Tommy Van der Stooy gets through for second. That always goes to show that some drivers might leave it right until the last minute, and that was a textbook example from Macaulay Bishop. Matej Radenkovic has been given a 5-second time penalty for having been found to be in the wrong starting position. So Radenkovic currently P8 at the moment. That will drop him way outside of the top 10. But Macaulay Bishop now leads Tommy Van der Stooy by just over 0.3 of a second. With 3 minutes and 18 seconds, plus one additional lap to go. He's going to try and expand that gap. And sometimes with these longer races, strategy is very much part and parcel of it. You want to conserve the tyres a little bit. You know, the way that karting is nowadays, there's restrictions on how many sets of tyres you can use during a race weekend when it comes to practice, when it comes to the competition. And sometimes, just by being that little bit kinder on the tyres, it means that you're able to hold a little bit something back. And Macaulay Bishop, he was just biding his time, waiting for an opportunity. And as soon as he saw Jaden Thien a little bit wider off the racing line, that was his opportunity. And he did that a couple of laps ago into turn 7 off of the Europalan. Meantime, Lawrence Herbeau still leading the train for 4th, ahead of Mika van der Pavert, Lucas Hill, Sverre Ubben. And that is the tops, rounding out the top 7. So 31 drivers still circulating. Out of the 33, we did have a non-starter, I think in the form of Adish Mehta, who might not have even been able to get off of the dummy grid. But Freddie Ingram has been moving up the order, along with Robbie Stordeur. Freddie Ingram, 27th to now 14th, who has got a change for the race lead, and it's happened again. The race leader has gone down from 1st to 3rd. This time it's Van der Stooy's leading. Now Jaden Thien thinks that this is the possible opportunity he can have to take the race lead, and he does so. Through turn 12, Tommy Van der Stooy runs wide. Left rear tyre goes through the slight puddle on the outskirts of turn 12, and Macaulay Bishop, once Tommy Van der Stooy managed to get through, ran wide, ended up in 3rd place. But it's been clean exchanges between these three. Very composed, very calculated, very strategic. So with 65 seconds still to go, the top 3 are running anywhere between a high 55.6 and a low 55.7. So literally, these drivers were covered by 32 thousandths of a second in terms of their pure lap pace. We now go on to the penultimate lap of this race. And what's more, it's Jaden Teen leading, and he's leading by 0.4 of a second. There is Lawrence Herboz, followed by Mika van der Paver, Luca Thiel, Sverre Ubben. They are not that far apart. That is 4 drivers covered by less than a second, battling over P4. Mateo Denkovic is trying to close them down a little bit, but he's got a 5-second time penalty post-race, which will drop into around about 13th come the end of this superheat for senior Rotax. The leaders now come out of turn 9 as the timer hits 0 into turn 10 for what will be the penultimate timer on lap number 13 out of 14. Van der Paver looks for the move up the inside of Herboz through out of turn number 10, but that gives Luca Thiel the opportunity to steal that place off of Mika van der Paver. That was inspired driving by Luca Thiel, and then Sverre Ubben tries also to get through. Coming into turn number 12, so Luca Thiel with an absolute howitzer of a move when Lawrence Herboz had Mika van der Paver up the inside. Van der Paver compromised himself, and then all of a sudden, Luca Thiel went, thank you very much, that'll do, up into P5 a go. And Macaulay, now we see that Jaden Teen looks over his right shoulder as they come out of turn 8 for the final time. And it is going to be between the 3 on your screen now. Teen, Van der Stoys and Bishop. Those are the 3 odds-on favourites for the final later on this afternoon. No win yesterday for Jaden Teen, but he's going to more than make up for it. He wins the superheat. Jaden Teen takes the superheat win by 2.5 of a second. And what's more, Tommy van der Stoys takes P2, and he takes the fastest lap of the race, 55.466. Macaulay Bishop started on pole, finishes P3. That pretty much assures him of pole position for the final later on. Lawrence Herboz, Luca Thiel, Mika van der Paver, Mateo Denkovic, who will get a 5-second post-race penalty. He's now dropped to 12th, so Mika van der Paver 6th, Sverre Ubben 7th, Enzo Bol, Wout Kirstens, and Tom Longnoir round out the top 10. Biggest mover in the field in this race, Robbie Storder, finishes 11th, having started 28th. Mateo Denkovic, Ralph van der Paver, Sebastian Koch, and Lloyd Hare, who started 26th on the grid, now finishes in the top 15. Ivar Agnostiidis, Jori Schoens, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Scott Westhovens, and Daniel Stell rounds out the top 20, the latter making up 11 places. Giorgio Markenstein, Jake Bezelbeck, Bram Plomp, Dante Sima, Kevin Navis, Jasper Leinitz, Baptiste Michadia, Manolo Senda, Puck Gubbles round out the 29 that finished. Freddie Ingram dropped down the order considerably. He was up quite a lot of places, will be classified 30th with 1 lap to go. Martin Gaskins out on lap 10, Alexandra Lemao Secret on lap 3, and Aidish Mehta a non-starter. So that concludes the superheat action this morning here at the home of Champions Karting Genk. And what will happen is we will have the traditional parade onto the start-finish grid ahead of our first of 4 finals. This afternoon, we will crown our 2024 BNL Karting Series Kickoff Champions. Mini and Mini Rookie Kick start things off at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Then it's DD2 and DD2 Masters at 1:25. Juniors at 1:50 and seniors at 2:15 p.m. Join us after the lunch break as we get into the business end and find out who will be our kickoff champions this year. So the build up to the finals here for the 2024 BNL Karting Series kick off right now in terms of this one-off event. First things first, a little bit of housekeeping. There are a couple of people that are celebrating their birthdays today. First of which is one of our team here at the BNL Karting Series, who's currently down at Park Fermé. Many happy returns to Batsy Peters, who celebrates her birthday today. But then, of course, thanks to the world of social media, I found out that somebody else has a birthday today, and one of the members of the Dan Holland Racing team celebrate their birthday today. Many happy returns to Matthew Higgins, the youngest ever senior Rotax BNL kickoff winner a few years ago. But the build-up now continues to the first of 4 finals we have today. We have 28 Mini-Max drivers and Mini Rookie drivers on the grid after what happened in the Superheat, which was won by Vic van Kampenhout after 8 laps of racing, winning by just under 4 seconds ahead of AJ Berggraaf, with Majus Mazinas, Vince van der Hallen and Victor Reutz rounding out the top 5. Jack Freeman ended up 6th. A few drivers did end up with post-race penalties, 2 of which were the 108 of Devon Mieta and the 198 of Leon Herbos, that got a 3-second post-race penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines on the race start, thereby breaking formation. A further 5 drivers received time penalties of 5 seconds apiece for front fairing out of position. Theo Steindal, Albert Ferro, and also the 113 of Tristan Shays, the 125 of Patrika Siokius, and the 132 also received a 5-second time penalty. That was Belgium's Plamen Georgiev. And then the 126 of Jeff Verbeek got a 10-second time penalty for being found to be pushing out on circuit. So it really does set the atmosphere here for the BNL kickoff Mini-Max and Mini Rookie final. So Patrika Siokius finished ahead of Sen Lindemann and Keij Moyes, the 2 drivers from Power Kart Racing running in the Birol Art chassis. Kimi May ended up 11th, ahead of Jeff Verbeek, Ari Kallenberg, Arthur Ferro, Theo Steindal, who was the winner of the Mini Rookie class in that one, placing 15th, ending up just fractionally ahead of Ryan Rampadarath from SP Motorsport. Ryan Rivers managed to make his way up to 17th at the end, ahead of Ava Lawrence, Tristan Shays and Devon Mieta running out the top 20. Tristan Abils, Maria Roberto, Jesse Moonen, Albert Ferro, Plamen Georgiev and Leon Herbos all made it to the end, whereas we lost on the opening lap Taffy Niskanen and Pauline van Preet, which means that the driver that ended up at the top of the intermediate classification for the final is Vic van Kampenhout. And the gap between the top 4 drivers is 19 points. But now we take the points out of the equation. It's now winner take all for all of the next 4 races. It's going to be 11 minutes plus an additional lap for these drivers to race around this 1.36 kilometre 12-turn circuit here at Karting Genk. So the race will get underway at 1 p.m. local time. Now the grid will be cleared with 3 minutes to go. So the final bits of advice, well wishes, good luck, and handshakes to the drivers before they go into the unknown and over what will transpire over the 11-minute plus 1 lap final is anyone's guess. And there you see on the front row of the grid, Vic van Kampenhout in the 147 on the left-hand side of your screens. Right-hand side of the circuit is pole position. Alongside will be Victor Reutz, who was the ranking after heats leader yesterday afternoon, having taken a couple of wins out of the 3 heats that we had. And the drivers opting to stand out of their karts or getting into them. We are about just over a minute and a half away from getting the green flag waving on the start-finish straight to send the drivers onto their sighting and formation lap. Also have to give a shout out to a previous ticket winner for the Grand Finals, the driver that ended up becoming the Minimax Grand Finals champion in Bahrain last year, Rory Armstrong, who's currently competing at Nuts Corner for the first event for RMC Ireland this year. And his mum, Orla, has just pinged me a message saying that he was watching listening whilst at Nuts Corner, and I know for a fact that Rory will be back, but he'll be up to juniors this year. He finished second in the championship last season behind the driver that got pretty much after drop scores the perfect score of the season, Jacob Ashcroft. And hopefully we'll be welcoming those two into juniors this year at the BNL Karting Series for 2024. Now time for the Mini and Mini Rookie BNL Karting Series Kickoff Final. Here is your starting grid. On pole position, it'll be Vic van Kampenhout, joined by Victor Reitz, an all-Belgian front row. AJ Berggraaf will be joined by Lithuania's Majus Mazinas on row 2. Vince van der Hallen and Mient Moonen making an all-Belgian row 3. Patrikas Jokius from Lithuania will be joined by Belgium's Jeff Verbeek on row 4. With Zen Lindemann from the Netherlands and from the United Kingdom, Jack Freeman. They complete the top 10. Arie Kallenberg and Kees Moyes round out the top 12 ahead of Kimi May and Tristan Shays. Ryan Rampadarath and Arthur Farrow round out row 8. Theo Steindal and Jesse Moonen, row 9. Completing the top 20, it's Maria Roberto and Ava Lawrence. Tafi Niskanen and Devrim Yeta round out row 11. Row 12, it's Tristan Abeels and Leon Herbos. Pauline Van Preet, Ryan Rivers, Albert Farrow and Plamen Georgiev complete the 14-row, 28-driver-strong grid. With the drivers now on their formation lap, the red lights have ignited on the starting gantry. Timer will count down from 11 minutes, and when we hit 0, we'll then be going on to the final lap of this first of 4 finals. Victor Reitz led the way until Vic van Kampenhout fired back with a warning shot. We've also got, Theo Steindal. That is off of turn 6. And is trying to pull the cart away, so has had a slight off-track just coming onto the Europalan. So there is going to be a gap where Theo Steindal would be, and that is 17th. So Maria Roberto's got to be very wary of the fact that Theo Steindal is not in front. If she's too far forward, she'll be classed as being in the wrong starting position. So the field makes their way out of the final corner. Revs rise. Lights are on. And the lights did not go out on that. Well, the lights have gone out, so the timer has gone down. It took a couple of seconds. So I'm not too sure if we are going to see yellow flags again. But the lights have gone out. The drivers are at full racing speed, heading into the Europlan for the first time. And it is going to be a red flag. It looks like we have got a red flag flashing on the Digi flag and around the circuit. So red flag has been issued. The red lights did not activate and, well, did not go out when the drivers were at full racing speed. So red flag will be called. So we've had a technical difficulty with the starting lights on the gantry. That is the reason for the red flag. It will be a full restart, and they will line the drivers up on their grid positions on the start-finish straight. Now the lights have been reset. The drivers will be sent around. It is going to be a reset, a full restart of this. And we've already had a couple of we've had another drama. And it looks like Theo Steindl again not having the greatest run of luck with regards to the formation lap. So we have reset the lights, and we've also reset the timer back to 11 minutes plus 1 additional lap of racing. So just a quick reminder of the top 10. It's Van Kampenhout from Reutz, Berggraf, Mazinas, Van der Hallen, Moonen, Jokius, Verbeek, Lindemann and Freeman. That's your top 10. The drivers now closing in together to get into the 2x2 rolling start formation. And then we are set and primed and ready to go racing for the mini and mini rookie final for the 2024 BNL Karting Series kickoff. So it's down to Van Kampenhout and Reutz on the front row to control the pace. They now make their way through the final corner here at Karting Genk. Revs rise into the tram lines. Lights are on. Lights are out this time. We're underway in the mini and mini rookie final. Vic Van Kampenhout gets attacked from behind and he's lost a bag load of positions. And AJ Berggraf looks to have launched it into the lead. Drivers now making their way. It's side by side for 5th position. I think Zen Lindemann was the driver on the outside and had to slot back into 6th place. As they head into turn 6, Van Kampenhout just ahead. He's trying to go for 4th at the moment. As it's 3 wide coming out of turn 6 onto the Europlan for the first time. Towards the back end of the field, roundabout just outside of the top 20. But it's AJ Berggraf leading the way. Vince van der Hollen up to 2nd place ahead of Victor Reutz. And then 4th, it's Patrikas Jokius. 5th, it's Vic Van Kampenhout in the 147. So we come around the final corner to complete lap 1. 10 minutes plus 1 additional lap of the 11-minute final still to go. Berggraf leads it. Van der Hallen up to P2. He started from the inside of row 3, and there's the move that Vic Van Kampenhout needed to make at this early stage. Gets through on Patrikas Jokius for 4th place, and now can go and try and start hunting after the 3 in front. The next one in his crosshairs will be Victor Reutz, as Marius Mazinas gets through on the 1-2-8 of Arie Kallenberg. And there's the change for the race lead. Vince van der Hallen through at turn 7 off the Europlan on AJ Berggraf. And Victor Reutz not too far behind either. But giving chase are Vic Van Kampenhout and Patrikas Jokius in 4th and 5th respectively. But Vince van der Hallen trying to stride away early. It's easier said than done when you've got an ultra-competitive field behind you. But Victor Reutz up the inside through the final corner, wheel to wheel with AJ Berggraf. And the 176 will get the side draft down the start-finish straight and pulls ahead before they even rotate the cars into turns 1 and 2. Vic Van Kampenhout is about 3 tenths away from 3rd place as they come through 4 and 5. Now into 6th position, turn 6 they go down the Europlan, and it's a train being led by AJ Berggraf, but it won't be for much longer because Victor Reutz gets through. So does Vic Van Kampenhout, and AJ Berggraf goes straight into the path of Patrikas Jokius. And now Van Kampenhout goes for 2nd. Through at turn 9, up the inside of Victor Reutz, gets through, looks over the right shoulder and says, right, I've got to get away from these 3 behind me. AJ Berggraf now drops down to 5th. Courtesy of Patrikas Jokius up the inside, through at turn number 10. And this is going to give a big advantage to Vince van der Hallen. But Vic Van Kampenhout, we know, has pace. Fastest lap of the race, Zen Lindemann in 7th. 1 minute, 0.538 for the 116 with Power Kart Racing. So now Vic Van Kampenhout has got to try either to get away from Victor Reutz and Patrikas Jokius and then close on Vince van der Hallen, who has nearly a 1.5 second lead after the opening 3 laps, or he brings them along with him and they all try to catch van der Hallen. And then that will mean the 130 will have significant pressure bearing down on him. Jack Freeman has also made up a couple of positions. The 193 from the United Kingdom now up into 8th behind Zen Lindemann. with Mayos Mazinas and Gage Moyes now rounding out the top 10. 1, 3, 4. Teammate of Lindemann up from 12th. And now Victor Reut senses the opportunity and gets through at turn 2 on Van Kampenhout, who instantly tries to fight back and gets a touch from behind, courtesy of Patrikas Jokius, who was looking up the inside. Through at turn number 4, but the 125 from Lithuania unable to take any kind of advantage because there was none to take. Through into turn 7, they go once again. And this is the battle for second. But if they keep on fighting amongst themselves, the biggest problem that they will have is that they will allow, inadvertently, Vince van der Hollen the opportunity to get away and make a comfortable gap. That's not what they want to do. They need to work together, even though they're not under the same awnings. But you try and tell a race driver, if you've got someone that's in front of you, you try and use their slipstream, their momentum, to assist your pace. And now there could be a change for third. A little bit of a touch, left front to right rear between Patrikas Jokius and Vic van Kampenhout. And that has allowed AJ Berggraaf to close on in on the 125. Meantime, that's also allowed Victor Reut to have a little bit of a gap, about 2 to 3 kart lengths between himself and Vic van Kampenhout, who rounds out the top 3. Past the halfway point of the timer, counting down from 11 minutes to 0. The gap is slightly decreasing. Victor Reut's last time around did set the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute, 0.224. So let's see if he can not only bring the 3 along with him for the ride, but also try and catch Vince van der Hollen. They've got 5 minutes plus 1 lap to do it. So Victor Reut has got to be the pace setter. As there's a bit of a scrap here. That's Jack Freeman. And also Mayos Mazinas. They've both got through on Zen Lindemann. So Freeman now moving forward at a great pace. He's up to 6th position, having started 10th. Mayos Mazinas, new fastest lap of the race. 1 minute, 0.195. Freeman fastest in Sector 1. Verbeek fastest in Sector 2. Jokius fastest of anybody, going purple in Sector 3. So this is going to give these 3 drivers an opportunity to close on in. But you've got to be very, very careful. You've got to be strategic. But the gap between AJ Berggraaf and now Jack Freeman could possibly be the best part of 1.5 seconds. What's the change now? Van Kampenhout back into P2. Jokius now 3rd. Reut's down to 4th and goes for the move on the 125 through into turn 2. And Jokius able to cover off turn 3 rather nicely. Takes a quick glance over the right-hand shoulder. Tafin Iskinen from Finland, unfortunately, has retired from the race on lap number 3. So the 102 unable to get to the checkered flag. Still got just over 3 minutes and 20 to go. The gap between Vince van der Hollen and Vic van Kampenhout now is just under 1.4 seconds. But looking at the lap times, Van Kampenhout was nearly a 10th and a half quicker than the race leader. There is a little bit of clear air that is going to assist Van Kampenhout if he wants to start pushing. He's got to start pushing. He's got no other choice. Ryan Rivers having a storming drive at the moment in the final. He started down in 25th, now 14th. One of the drivers being coached by Mr. Mark Baines, who gave him a little bit of a telling off, or a little bit of a talking to yesterday. Bainesy, I'm sure you'll like that comment there. But Rivers now, who has been in the Minimax class last year, now also, well, in the Micromax class or Mini Rookie class last year, he's been in Minis, he's been in so many different mini categories in karting over the last couple of years. It's difficult to keep up where these youngsters race at the best of times. So Ryan Rivers now past Ryan Rampadarath, who is leading the Mini Rookie classification. And he's currently down in 15th. But Victor Reitz decides to fire it up the inside of Patrikas Jokius. That's going to lose ground for the pair of them. And that has now released Vic van Kampenhout. That's the breakaway that Van Kampenhout needed. He's nearly 1.5 seconds behind Vince van der Hullen, who now crosses the line to complete lap 9. And a new fastest lap by the race leader. But Vic van Kampenhout responds only 31 thousandths quicker, as still the squabbles for P3 is really intensifying. Victor Reitz gets it through on Patrikas Jokius to retake third place. AJ Berggraf is just waiting in the rings, waiting in the wings. He's got the ringside seat right now, and this could be crucial. But into turn 7 they go once again. And Vince van der Hullen, the minute he got in the lead, he's literally strode away into the distance. Not to a significant extent, but an extent enough that he's got a comfortable lead. So what Vince van der Hullen has to do, and that's exactly what he's done this year, he's won several events, including the Champions Winter Trophy this season, back in the second weekend of February. So the lead now is still just under 1.5 seconds. It's not going to be enough. We're now on the penultimate lap of the race. So this is the squabble that has to be settled for at least second, third, and fourth. Could also be fifth if AJ Berggraf factors back into it. And is about 4 to 5 kart lengths behind Patrikas Jokius. So one wrong move from the Lithuanian could be a problem. But now there's going to be a change for second. Victor Reitz slingshots up the inside, but great counter-attack from Vic van Kampenhout, who retakes the place. Reitz sent it, went a little bit deep into turn 7, and Van Kampenhout saw the opening, took it, and that was it, said and done. Berggraf coming back into this, because we are very shortly going to be going on to the last lap of the Mini and Mini Rookie Final. Vince van der Hullen has 1,360 metres when he sees the final lap board to negotiate. And now the battle for second is really going to intensify over this next 1.36 kilometre distance. And Victor Reitz goes for the move up the inside of turn 1 on Vic van Kampenhout, who instantly responds, retakes second position. Patrikas Jokius so close at the moment to third place. Can also, could almost take a hand and reach out and grab it. But Vince van der Hullen at the moment is still strides away, but this is going to be a bit too close for comfort. Victor Reitz gets through at turn 7 on Vic van Kampenhout. Patrikas Jokius nearly gets through for P3, and Van Kampenhout goes up the inside of Victor Reitz through turn 9. Could that have been the move that's decided second place? Well, it's not going to decide the lead as Jokius tries for third place through turn 10. But now it's going to be one driver and one driver alone that's going to win it. Out of the final corner, the BNL Karting Series kickoff Mini Max champion for 2024. It's Vince van der Hullen. Vic van Kampenhout takes the second. Third is Victor Reitz. Fourth is Patrikas Jokius. Fifth it's AJ Berggraf. Jack Freeman started 10th, finished 6th. Maius Mazinas, Zen Lindemann, Jeff Verbeek and Gage Moyes round out the top 10. Ryan Rivers, Ali Kallenberg, Tristan Shays, Maria Roberto, who started in 19th, finished 14th, and provisionally your 2024 BNL Karting Series kickoff Mini Rookie Champion, Ryan Rampadarath down in 15th. Kimmy May takes 16th, head of Theo Steindal, Arthur Farrow, Ava Lawrence, Albert Farrow rounding out the top 20. Devrim Yater, Pauline Van Plate, Leon Herbos, Tristan Abils, Yessi Moonen, Plamen Georgiev round out the 26 that finished all 12 laps. Jenthe Moonen unfortunately out with 1 lap to go, and Taffin Iskanen retiring on lap 3. Now we head to the DD2 and DD2 Masters BNL Karting Series kickoff final. Here is your starting grid ahead of 14 minutes plus one additional lap of racing. Paul Fourquemin will be on pole position. Alongside him will be Jules Cousin. We have got a little bit of a drama on the grid because Dominic Reuters, due to start 8th, is not going to take part in the final. So there will be a gap in front of Karl Klebor on the grid. Real shame for Dominic Reuters, who was due to be behind Luca Neuenhausen. But Noah Hipp and Nicolas Guillaume are on row number 2. Row 3, Kilian Gerhardt and Luca Neuenhausen. Pritzai, starting from DD2 Masters pole position, will be all solo on row 4 following the sudden technical retirement of Dominic Reuters from Germany. Christophe Capitin and Karl Klebor round out the top 10. Devin Segardi and Frederick Zevis Christensen will be on row 6, followed by Nikita Genzer and Michael Becker. Marek Mak and Mats-Johan Overhoff round out row number 8, with Louis Koch, Maximilian Adolphe and Sung Hung Moon rounding out the 18 karts out of 19, with a gap not there, well, a gap there with regards to Dominic Reuters, due to start on the outside of row number 4. So after the final intermediate classification, Paul Fourquemin on 210 points, ahead of Jules Cousin on 191, Noah Hipp on 180, Nicolas Guillaume on 171, Kilian Gerhardt on 162. But of course, this is winner take all. The points fade into obscurity. We now concentrate on what is going to happen over the next 15 and a bit minutes of racing action. The drivers weaving from side to side on the rundown from turn 9 into the right-hander just off of the grandstand by the a la carte brasserie here at Karting Genk. Drivers blipping the throttles to keep the engine circulating. Both fuel and oil in terms of lubrication. So it is going to be down to Fourquemin and Cousin, teammates at Dams Racing. There is the gap that would have been occupied by Dominic Reuters on the outside of row number 4. As the drivers head into the tram lines, the lights are on the gantry. Revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out. The DD2 and DD2 Masters kickoff final is underway. And it's a good start by the 2 at the front of the field. Noah Hipp very quickly trying to get onto the back bumper of Jules Cousin, as round the outside of Nico Guillaume tries to go Pritzai in DD2 Masters because he knows that Karl Klebor was very quickly right with him. We have got drivers making their way down the Europlan through into turn 7, into turn 8. Now, I did speak to Michael Becker, and he did say it's my 7th chassis in just over 14 or so months that has broken. And he's running on the Comp Kart chassis, so Michael Becker, I don't think, is going to chance it. So he's going to have to put in a call to Moderdrom Hagen and speak to Marcel Schirmer about that, who is the distributor for the Comp Kart chassis provided by J3 Competition in the United States. But we have had a change for the race lead. Jules Cousin now through on Paul Fourquemin. And now it's becoming a 4-horse race, maybe make that even a 5-horse race at the front end of the field. Because joining Cousin, Fourquemin, Hipp are now Gerhardt in 4th, Guillaume in 5th, Pritzai might be able to have the opportunity to close on in, and he's not that far behind. He was about 4 kart lengths behind Nico Guillaume going through off of the Europlan into the turn 7 chicane. And this is going to be very, very close indeed. 1.4 seconds separated the top 5 drivers after the opening lap. It looks more like they're going to be covered by just a fraction over half a second. before Quemin dives up the inside of his teammate, who gets the crisscross. Great awareness there by both Paul Quemin and Jules Cousin. If they want to beat each other, they're going to do it fair but firm. And Pritsai made it the top 6, covered by eight, just under 9/10 of a second. And now Pritsai is in the mix. Carl Clebot is not too far behind either. If he gets a bit later on the brakes and picks up the pace, he will be with them. Nicolas Guillaume puts in the fastest lap of the race, 54.755 on only lap 2. So Michael Becker is out. Dominic Reuters unable to take the start. So down to 17 runners and riders. And look at the train. For Quemin is at the front of it. Cousin, Hip, then it's Guérin and Guillaume. And Guillaume sends it up the inside through turn 12. That's a neat overtake there for P4. And Mats-Johan Overhoff has been inspired. He's now up into 10th place. And with the top 10 covered by 2 seconds, and the top 16 covered by 7.6. This is going to be close pack racing in DD2 and DD2 Masters here in the final. Just under 11 minutes remain, and the unpredictability factor could be coming in very shortly. That's a great lunge up the inside for P3. Guillaume up the inside of Hip. So the 491 gets through on the 414. But then that opens up the distance between third and second. So Cousin still leading ahead of Quemin. And now joining Pritsai, Carl Clebot and Luca Neuenhausen, I think. Or could that be? That's Fredrik Zevis Christensen. For Quemin back up the inside. Through at turn 12 on Cousin again. But Guillaume has got the double toe. 10th and a half separating the top 3 as they go into turns 1 and 2. Top 10 covered by just over 2.1 seconds. So out of this, folks, pick a winner. Oh, that was a bit of a late lunge there by Kilian Guérin on Noah Hip, and they both lose out places to Pritsai. Fredrik Zevis Christensen, as that's a tangle between Cousin and Guillaume into turn 7. And they still hold on to second and third respectively, but that's given Paul Quemin the opportunity to break away that he needed. And how's about this for a story? Pritsai, 4th overall and leading DD2 Masters. Fredrik Zevis Christensen is between Pritsai as there's the move for second up the inside through the final corner. Guillaume cleanly through on Cousin and now can start chasing Paul Quemin. Gap now nearly 1.2 between first and second position. Fredrik Zevis Christensen, the 433 from Denmark representing RS Competition, has now got the fastest lap of the race and he's going for third and he's got it. Or has he? That's the big thing. And it's Cousin slots in behind the 433. And that puts him down into 4th position. Pritsai, Carl Clebot, Noah Hip, Mats-Johan Overhoff now up into 8th place. As Kilian Guérin was the big loser in that contact between himself and Noah Hip. Hip ended up in 7th as Pritsai up the inside. That's for 3rd overall. He's got through, 4th overall, he's got through on Jules Cousin. And Cousin now sees the traffic behind him. And this is where it's code red for the 451. He's got to start working. As in, he's got to not let DD2 Masters drivers get through on him. Especially the 2 behind. Pritsai and Carl Clebot have an absolute shed load of experience between them. And they've made it work. Mats-Johan Overhoff, in the meantime, has dropped behind teammate Nikita Genza, who's now up into 9th place. So this is going to be very, very crucial what happens over the next 8 minutes plus an additional lap. It's still very unpredictable as to who is going to win, who is going to end up on the podium. There's only 3 places on it, and in a minute, those are being occupied. Oh, that now. Carl Clebot had every right to sort of like say, well, that was not on. Nikita Genza was around the outside of him at turn number 10, but I think Kilian Guérin was a little bit late on the brakes, possibly. So that was why Carl Clebot was not quite happy. Guérin up the inside as Nikita Genza goes wheel to wheel with Noah Hip as Nico Guillaume trying to get back. Well, Fredrik Zevis Christensen now up into P2. 7/10 between him and Paul Quemin. Top 3 covered by 8/10. Very much a similar style of racing that we saw to, well, at the top three between Macaulay Bishop, Tommy van der Stroys, and Jaden Teen in the senior superheat a little bit earlier on. But there is still under 7 minutes to go. So we're half time, and there is still an opportunity for some drivers. Jules Cousin is 1.8 seconds behind Nicolas Guillaume, and that's for third place. So 6 minutes, 40 seconds. Cousin's mechanic will be saying to him, come on, push, go for it. You got time. Just under 6.5 tenths cover the top three. Mats Johan Overhoff now up into ninth. Devin Sigardi, who is the pole sitter in time qualifying and had a disaster in the heats yesterday. He's now made his way up into 10th place. But now Fredrik Zebis Christensen right on the back bumper of Paul Forquemin. You can have a big disaster when it comes to the heats and the superheat, but you can make it count in a one-off event. It's winner take all. Whoever finishes first is the winner of the event, and Forquemin is doing enough at the moment, but Fredrik Zebis Christensen will wait for the opportunity. And when that window of opportunity opens, he will be straight through it, and there'll be no second hesitation. Into turn two once again. And now into 3, into 4, into 5. 4 tenths cover the top three after 9 laps. We've still got 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. And it's anyone's guess which one of these three will become the BNL kickoff winner for 2024. But Fredrik Zebis Christensen decides now is the time to strike with just under 5 minutes and 20 to go through at turn 7 on Paul Forquemin with a clean overtake. Used the slipstream, got the side draft and went, right, now's my time to go for it. Guillaume decides his opportunity to get through on Forquemin is now through at turn 10. Neatly done up the inside of the 402 from France. So after 10 laps, and what's more, he's been running quite consistently quicker than the two behind. Fredrik Zebis Christensen has a half-second advantage over Nico Guillaume in second. Paul Forquemin rounds out the top three, covered by just under 7.5 tenths of a second. Jules Cousin now up into fourth. Kilian Gerhard starting to make a resurgence, now up into fifth, and drops Pritsai into sixth position. Battle for second in DD2 Masters is on positions 11 and 12. That's the 540 of Carl Clebor and the 599 of the ranking after heats leader before the superheat this morning, Christophe Capitan. Luca Neuenhausen has unfortunately dropped 7 positions, so started 6th, now down into 13th place. A couple of further changes. Nikita Genza through on Pritsai and has 6 tenths of a second between himself and Noah Hipp in the 414. Meantime, Mats Johan Overhoff rounds out the top 10 as a result of Devin Sigardi from Estonia with AGS Racing. And there they are, the two AGS Racing karts. You can't really miss them with their purple and high-vis yellow liveries as they're going through into turn 7. So Pritsai, as well, there's a little bit of a signal there from Devin Sigardi because he's got Mats Johan Overhoff right behind him. And, oh, mistake from Nico Guillaume. Guillaume was second at one point. He's lost that. Oh, bit of a touch there for Devin Sigardi. I think maybe just a little clip from the left front bumper of Mats Johan Overhoff. But Devin Sigardi drops to 12th. And, well, that is not what you want to see with regards to Nicolas Guillaume. He's dropped down to 6th place. All of a sudden, Guillaume was second. He now finds himself behind Nikita Genza, and he's now going to find himself behind Pritsai. There's Overhoff, not too far behind him, as Nikita Genza gets hung out to dry by 3 karts, including one being his own teammate of Overhoff. Now, Christophe Capitat up the inside of Carl Klebor. That's for second in Masters through at turn 9. And Overhoff now fancies an opportunity. And Genser's going to try and get through as well at turn 10. Guillaume is struggling. Is he having another issue with the kart? He had no... When I spoke to him this morning, he said in the third heat, I didn't have the waft, I didn't have the performance I needed. And he's struggling again. It's not working out for Nicolas Guillaume. It just goes to show that you can do everything right. You cannot put a foot wrong. And then the final comes along, and sometimes Lady Luck isn't shining on you, and you get thrown a curveball, and that's exactly what's happened to Nicolas Guillaume, who is now out of the top 10. Sung Hung Moon on lap 11. Unfortunately, the RTM Racing Team Markgraf driver from the Republic of Korea has retired. But Fredrik Zebis Christensen started in 12th place. He is now leading, and he's got a big gap. A big gap indeed. Paul Forquemin, who's been leading the way up until this point, is way back. 2.276 seconds. Nice move there from Mats Johan Overhoff up the inside of Pritsai. That's for 6th overall. And Mats Johan Overhoff will run out of time to try and catch the 4:51 of Jules Cousin, who's in 5th place behind Noah Hipp. Kilian Gerhardt rounds out the top 3. As we have just 40 seconds remaining on the timer. The pace has been relentless, as Fredrik Zebis Christensen also has not only the fastest first sector, he's gone purple in Sector 1 multiple times so far. His best sector in Sector 1 at 21.553. He's put in also the fastest lap of the race, 54.150. He's got daylight at the end of the tunnel, has the Dane from RS Competition. His lead over Paul Forquemin still ran about the same, 2.26 seconds, as we head on to lap 16, which will be the penultimate lap. And our race leader now makes his way through turn 5 and into turn 6 as the timer hits 0. We're underway with the penultimate lap, lap number 16 out of 17. And with these one-off events, you can start first, you can start 13th, you still all have a chance of winning. And Fredrik Zebis Christensen has just proved that in spades. He's 2.26 seconds up the road from Paul Forquemin with Gerhardt, Hipp, Cousin, Overhoff. That's the top 6. Pritsai in 7th, Christophe Capitat in 9th, and Carl Klebor in 10th, round out the top 3. Final lap of the DD2 and DD2 Masters kickoff final sees Fredrik Zebis Christensen lead by nearly 2.6 seconds as the 4:33 makes his way through towards the Europlan at turn 6 for the final time. He doesn't need to look behind him, just needs to keep the racehorse blinkers on and look in front. Hit every apex, every braking point, and accelerate. Rotate the kart when you need to. Don't put a foot wrong or make a mistake. And that is exactly what he's done. He's come from down on row 6, on the outside of row 6. And who'd have thought of this for a fairy tale story? Because for 2024, the DD2 kickoff champion is from Denmark. It's Fredrik Zebis Christensen, who wins by a country mile. Paul Forquemin was close but no cigar. He finishes 2.9 seconds behind in 2nd position. And rounding out the podium provisionally will be Kilian Gerhardt from France in the 4:04. Noah Hipp takes 4th position. Jules Cousin takes 5th. Mats Johan Overhoff on the road will be 6th, but he's just been given a 5-second time penalty for pushing that demotes him to 12th, promoting Nikita Genzer to 6th. Pritsai provisionally becomes your DD2 Masters kickoff champion in 7th position, and he leads over the line in 8th and 9th. Christophe Capitat and Carl Klebor. Luca Neuenhausen rounds out the top 10. Devin Sagardi, Mats Johan Overhoff, Nicolas Guillaume. Where did it all go wrong for the Belgian in 13th place? Louis Koch, Marek Mak and Maximilian Adolf round out the 16 that finished all 17 laps of racing. Sung Hung Moon retired on lap 11 with Dominic Reuters out before the start, and Michael Becker not even making it either. Two finals down, two to go. Next up, it is the Junior Rotax kickoff final. We've already got a drama for one of the drivers on the start-finish grid. It is Filip Wisniewski that has been unable to get the kart started. Marshall will be on the scene and will pull the kart to one side. But here is your starting grid. After the superheat earlier on, it's Noah Janssen that will line up on pole position. Thomas Verheyen, who is the ranking after heats leader yesterday evening, will line up alongside on the front row. Cameron Nelson and Max Sidersky round out row number 2. Jake Woods, his transponder hasn't shown up on the timing screen as in crossing the start-finish line. Might not be there for P5, but I'll just keep an eye out. Is due to have Ryan Bourguignon alongside on row 3. Lucas Sells and Lars Lambers on row 4 with Boris Maximov and Finland's Enzo Riccio rounding out the top 10. João Maria Pereira and Bran van der Weyken on row 6. Isaac Barker and Jim Bach on row 7. Alexander Van Meeuwen, Tom Herger and Lieke van Berkel are the drivers that are now circulating onto the formation lap. Filip Wisniewski unable to take the race start. And not just him, but Jake Woods. His card is also to the right-hand side of the start-finish straight. So already we are down to 16 drivers for this Junior Rotax kickoff final. The drivers are now under starters' orders as they make their way through the final corner. Revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out. The Junior Rotax kickoff final is underway as Noah Janssen leads the field into turns 1 and 2, but is going to quickly lose the lead because that looks to be, more than likely, Cameron Nelson has got through as Lucas Sells is trying to get through for second position off of Noah Janssen. And that was not quite easy to do. Drivers now make their way through into turn 6. On the Europalan they go. Cameron Nelson is leading. Second, it's Noah Janssen. Third, it's Lucas Sells. He's getting a little bit of a hurry up from the driver behind. That's Thomas Verheyen. Max Swiderski in the 297 is just behind. And then right with them is the 230 of Buvin Powers, Boaz Maximov. Verheyen up the inside of Sells through turn 12. And Swiderski, Maximov, they're all going to try and get through. And they're fanning out in the battle for third place, which is being led by Max Swiderski. Look at the train that's just come into prominence. Lars Lambers in the thick of the middle of it all. And the top half of it, 5 carts, rounded out by Lars Lambers. That completes the top 8. And just behind, you've got the likes of Bran van der Weyken. It's side by side with a couple of the drivers behind. And Thomas Verheyen nearly making a slight misjudgment coming out of turn number 8. Went a little bit wider and circled towards the outside, but Ryan Bourguignon tries to get through on the inside, makes a slight amount of contact. The backhand steps out on the 223 Tony Kart to the left-hand side. And now Verheyen has just lost 2 places. Maybe make that 3. That is 3. Bran van der Weyken got through along with Lars Lambers and Bourguignon at the same time through turn 12. But Bourguignon's going to lose out not just 1 place, possibly. Well, he holds on behind Lars Lambers, who got through. Bran van der Weyken nearly made the opportunity count, and so did Thomas Verheyen. But through into turn 6 they go. And it's the over-under done by Thomas Verheyen on Bran van der Weyken, but it didn't quite work. Cameron Nelson, in the meantime, has got a lead over Noah Janssen. And last time around, it was 7.5 tenths of a second. And it could be the fact that Boaz Maximov has ended up in 3rd place. Max Swiderski is in 4th. So it is Maximov rounding out the top 3. There's Lars Lambers just behind in 5th. 6th, Ryan Bourguignon rounding out the top 6. So Maximov now puts in the new fastest lap of the race, 57.491. He's just under 2 seconds behind the race leader of Cameron Nelson. 7 minutes and 50, plus an additional lap still to go in this Junior Rotax kickoff final for the 2024 BNL Karting Series season. Setting a tone for what will happen in just a fortnight's time, when the first of 4 rounds gets underway with the road to Sarno starting here at the home of champions. And through up the inside, that's a great move by Ryan Bourguignon. Up the inside on Lars Lambers through turn 8 for 5th. But whilst they have been squabbling, they have got Bran van der Weyken and also Thomas Verheyen not too far behind. Let's not forget Verheyen won 2 races yesterday and was the ranking after heats leader. It didn't go as well as he'd hoped in the superheat earlier on. And you know what? It's character building. It's his first year, along with Bran van der Weyken, that they've made the move up to this class from Minimax last year. Swiderski very much on the coattails of the number 230 of Boaz Maximov. Looks for the move up the inside, lined it up out of turn 5, through at turn 6, and that's Swiderski into P3. A lot of cheers in the YouTube chat for Bran van der Weyken, currently sitting in 7th position behind Ryan Bourguignon, well, behind Lars Lambers and Ryan Bourguignon, who is 6th and 5th respectively. But there's your race leader, Cameron Nelson. There's Noah Janssen. There's Swiderski. behind Maximov. Well, let's just see how things go, because Maximov could be trying to battle away. Well, he's about half a second behind Max Sidursky. Initial good pace there from Boris Maximov, but Max Sidursky got the upper hand. Thomas Verheyen has dropped all the way down to the back end of the field, pretty much. He's all the way down in 15th, having started on the outside of the front row. Everything was going so well. Lady Luck was shining on Thomas Verheyen, and in the superheat and the final, it's not gone as planned or hoped. But with just over 5 minutes and 20 still to go, Cameron Nelson is trying to stride away. He had nearly a 9/10 of a second advantage. What's going to be the gap between him and Noah Janssen? It's stabilizing at around 8/10 of a second. I had a chat with Cameron and his dad down in the a la carte brasserie during the lunch break. And I said to him, well, what are you doing this year? He said, BNL, Euro Trophy, and I'm going to do the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Mainly because of the fact that Wilton Mill is hosting the O-Plate next weekend. And him and his dad said, yeah, it's going to be very busy. We're going to be over to Northamptonshire and then back out here for another 2 weeks. But great to see Cameron doing so well. He won the opening heat yesterday out of 3 as Max Sidursky trying to put the frighteners on Noah Janssen in the 2-3-1. And there could be the move coming up the inside through into turn 10. And that's happened. Sidursky now through for second. As Thomas Verheyen does have the fastest lap of the race. He's starting to make a resurgence, but we've got only 4¼ minutes plus 1 additional lap to go. And he's now in 14th. So the top 7 rounded out by Lars Lambers. All right, okay, penalty coming in, and it's for the 2-3-5. Lucas Sells gets pinged for incorrect starting position on the grid. I've just seen that on the live timing as Noah Janssen is going to lose out of 3rd place, and that's Boris Maximov through. But Noah Janssen, you can bet, be guaranteed he is going to fight every single way to the checkered. He does not want to lose out on not getting a bit of silverware come the end of this weekend, because the top 3 in juniors will be the ones going on the podium a little bit later on. But Cameron Nelson, his lead is being decimated by Max Sidursky. And Sidursky's put in the new fastest lap of the race. And the gap was just under 4/10. New fastest lap by Sidursky, who went purple in sector number 2. He put in a 56.773. Cameron Nelson, a 57.167. And the clouds are getting a little bit darker overhead. Just keeping an eye on that. But the drivers have still got 2.5 minutes plus 1 additional lap. So the battle now at the front end of the field. It's Cameron Nelson from Dan Holland Racing versus Max Sidursky from SLC Karting. And the Dutchman is through. That's now the race lead for Max Sidursky. 0.162 of a second between the pair. And now Nelson's trying every trick in the playbook to get through on Sidursky. And at the moment, through turns 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, it hasn't quite worked out. But now, also along with them, look who's behind. They are catching. Maximov did a 56.946 last time around, and Noah Janssen is now just behind him. So the top 4 could be battling. It could also include, maybe in the dying stages of this race, the 2 behind. If the quartet start battling between each other, this will give an opportunity to Francis Bourguignon and Belgium's Bran van der Weyken, who's made it up from 12th and is currently 6th. Well, Bran van der Weyken now is in P5. So he's up 7 positions. And there is a little rain shower coming in to spice things up. I just noticed there's a bit of a breeze. The breeze has continued. There is a rain starting to come, and there is someone off straight on at turn 1. That is the 206, I believe. Tom Hedger from Germany. So yellow flags, and there's another kart off. And let's not forget, these drivers are on slick Mojo tyres right now. They've got to be very, very careful because this rain is now starting to come down, and it's going to come down hard, judging by the intensity of the rain that I'm seeing hitting the puddle, and it's hitting the commentary box window. There are small specks of rain hitting the commentary box window, so rain is inbound. And now this is where the drivers have to be very, very careful. And look what's happened now. It's closed everything up. Slippery surface flags out. Yellow flags at Marshall Post 1. So no overtaking. You've got to be very, very careful indeed. Slippery surface flags. And now they've got to be very, very careful. These tyres will be cold. They'll be slippery. The back ends are sliding out already. Boaz Maximov up the inside. Through on Cameron Nelson for P2. The rain is now coming down, and Max Sidursky off the track on the outskirts of turn 6. So was Boaz Maximov. Noah Janssen is now up into P2. We've had a couple of penalties come in. Lars Lambers has also been given a wrong starting position 5-second time penalty, but insults or injuries just come along and hit the 242. A 10-second time penalty for causing a collision. That's 15 seconds worth of penalties going the way of the 242 in 6th place. We've got one more lap to go after this one. And with this weather now coming in, we had, as I said, hailstones and rainfall this morning. You can see that when Cameron Nelson was trying to apply the power, the back end was so uncooperative. They've got chronic understeer trying to go through into turn 12. As now we've got the final lap underway, and look at the lead, Max Sidursky. He's decided to go for gold, and he's leading by 2.6 seconds. And Noah Janssen straight on at turn 1. Oh, dearie me, Noah Janssen, it was going so well, and he's gone straight on. Cold, slick tyres, and the 231 from Germany is out of the kart, and more importantly, out of the race. Lucas Sells, Enzo Riccio, and Lieke van Berkel have also called it a day because they were also off at the same point of the circuit. Now, where is Max Sidursky? He's coming through turn 7 right now. Second, it's Maximov. Look how careful they are driving. They're having to hook the right-hand side tyres on the inside curbing of turn number 9. A dramatic conclusion to the kickoff junior Rotax final. And Max Sidursky, who started on the outside of row 2, is tippy-toeing through turns 10 and 11 as if he was treading on eggshells. But it's now going to be one more corner out of the final turn under dramatic, changeable weather. It is Max Sidursky who wins the BNL Kickoff 2024 Junior Rotax Crown. And he celebrates by shortcut. He went straight on at turn 1. And Boaz Maximov, 2 hands in the air, celebrating. Boaz Maximov in P2. Cameron Nelson was in the lead, and then the heavens opened, and he now ends up P3. Lars Lambers, 4th on the road, but 15 seconds back. That's going to put him down to 7th post-race. So Ryan Bourguignon, Bran van der Weyken will end up 5th and 6th respectively once the added time has been put onto the live timing. And then you've got Thomas Verheyen, Tom Hedger, Alexander Van Meeuwen, João Maria Pereira. Isaac Barker gets across the line in 11th place after 13 laps. Noah Janssen straight off at turn 1 on the with 1 lap to go on the last lap itself. Jim back out on lap 12. Lucas Sells, Enzo Riccio, Lieke van Berkel out on lap 10 with Jake Woods and Filip Wisniewski not even making the start. Now time for the 20th and final race of the 2024 BNL Karting Series kickoff. It's the Senior Rotax Final. Here is your starting grid. On pole position, it's Macaulay Bishop. Alongside him, his teammate from Dan Holland Racing, Jaden Teen. Tommy van der Stroys and Lawrence Herboz round out row 2, with Luca Thiel and Sverre Ubben on row 3. Mika van der Pavert will be on the inside of row 4 alongside Wood Kirstens. Completing the top 10, it's Ralph van der Pavert and Mateja Radenkovic. Enzo Ball and Sebastian Koch will be on row 6. Tom Langlois and Scott Westhovens, row 7. Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Kevin Navis, Ivar Adagnostiidis, Jasper Leenerts, Jori Schoens and Jake Bezelbeck round out the top 20. Bram Plomp, Giorgio Markenstein, Lloyd Hare, Alexandre Lemaire-Sicre, Dante Sima, Robbie Stauder, Park Gubbles, Freddie Ingram, Daniel Stahl, Baptiste Michadier, Martin Gaiskens, Adish Mehta and Manolo Sandan. Shout out to Sanad Shanak, who's actually here in person. So he's already made the trip over as well for Biralat Middle East. So good to have a quick catch up with him earlier on today. But that is your grid for the Senior Rotax Kickoff Final. The red lights are ignited on the starting gantry for the final race of this weekend. So it's down to the two DHR teammates, Bishop and Teen, to control the pace on the front row. Revs rise. That's a full start straight away. They're going to send him around for another tour of the circuit. So thereby, it's a full reset. The timer's being reset to 14 minutes. The red lights are back on the starting gantry, ignited once again. So the drivers have a second chance to get the race start correct. Otherwise, it will be under a red flag situation. And as quickly as the rain has faded away, we have sunshine bathing the circuit. The drivers quickly get into formation as the leaders lead the field around the 12th and final corner into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out. The Senior Rotax kickoff final is underway and Macaulay Bishop leads the field into turns 1 and 2. Tommy van der Stroy is looking to try and get up the inside. And there's going to be a change. Jaden Thien hits the front, but Macaulay Bishop pins it round the outside through at turn 4. Can't get through. As we've already got one on top of the other, and that is the 370. And also, that is a Racing Evolution kart as well. So the 370 Dante Sima, and along with that is the 341 of Lloyd Hare from the UK. Lloyd Hare found himself over the front Nassau panel of Dante Sima, but it is Jaden Teen leading the way. Second, Macaulay Bishop. Third, Tommy van der Stroys. Then Luca Thiel in fourth. Into turn 12 for the first time. Attempted move by Sverre Ubben up the inside of Lawrence Herboz. Did he get through? Yeah, I think he did. Yes, he did actually get through on Wout Kirstens. Well, Ralph van der Pavert up 2 places to P7. His younger brother Mika now up to P5. and they're starting to chase the top 3 down. Now, these 3 had literally broken away from the rest of the field. Now Van der Stroy is trying to give Macaulay Bishop the hurry up to close on in on Jaden Teen, but there's still plenty to go in this race. 12.5 minutes plus 1 additional lap. So Lloyd Hare and Dante Sima have both dropped to the tail end of the field, but Luca Thiel in the number 399 is not that far behind them. About 4/10 last time we crossed the line. As the field filters its way down into turn number 12 as we complete lap number 2. Jaden Teen, what's his lead at the moment? It's just under 2/10. And a fastest lap of the race by the driver in 5th. Mika van der Pavet is now up into 4th. He got through on Luca Thiel. And Sverre Ubben also got through to the 346 from GKS Lemons Power. But Van der Stroy just keeping in the wheel tracks of Macaulay Bishop. Just following his lead. As the 2 are 3rd and 2nd respectively. Jaden Teen at the minute at the sharp end of the field, leading the way. So this is going to be crucial over the next 11 minutes, 20 seconds, plus an additional lap. But the gap is still 3/10 between the top 3. It's very, very crucial indeed that these drivers keep mechanical sympathy and strategy in mind. Those are the 2 main factors, along with having rocket ship style pace. Fastest lap of the race so far, Mateo Denkovic, who is currently sitting in 14th place. This is an absolute scramble for 4th backwards. Is that brother on brother? Yes, it is. It's Mika and Ralph van der Pavet side by side through turn 7. And Ralph loses out to Wout Kirstens in the 366 in the process. There's Luca Thiel, there's Lawrence Herboz. That's Enzo Boll in that mix as well. And now, up the inside on Wout Kirstens. Oh, my goodness me. Ralph van der Pavet tries to go around the outside of Wout Kirstens through at turn number 11. Got through on his brother, but didn't manage to get through on the 366. And now Mika responds up the inside. There's Lawrence Herboz. He gets through on Ralph and then gets through on Mika van der Pavet. Down onto the start, finish straight through turn number 12. And they are still battling away. The brothers again nearly side by side. As Ralph van der Pavet hung to dry on the outside through turns 3 and 4. And then up the inside of him goes the 353, Scott Westhovens. And who's that behind? I think that might have been Freddie Ingram in the 369 for KR Sports. And Freddie Ingram has made up 16 places. He started 28th on the grid. He's now P12 and climbing the order significantly. So he's a spot or 2 away from getting into the top 10. Move up the inside on Ralph van der Pavet. That was Mateo Denkovic through. Top 3 still as they were. Teen, Bishop, Van der Stroy. 89,000 separating 1st and 2nd. And Freddie Ingram now hits the top 10. There's been a little bit of a drop for Kevin Navis, who rounds out the top 20 ahead of Vincent van Kerkhoffen. Giorgio Markenstein might have had a drama in his own right, and so has Baptiste Michaudière. So the Dutch driver and the French driver are tumbling down the order. They might be out of the race, but it still is nip and tuck between these 3 drivers at the front end of the field. Nevertheless, at the front end of the field, it is going to be very, very close indeed. They were literally inseparable in the superheat earlier on this morning. And now they are battling tooth and nail over the prestigious honour of becoming BNL Karting Series kickoff champion in Senior Rotax for 2024. Freddie Ingram now up into 9th. That is an incredible pace from the KR Sport drivers. Now we've had a change. Bishop takes the lead. Van der Stroy's in 2nd. And Jaden Teen demoted to P3. Giorgio Markenstein out of the race, I'm afraid, on lap number 4. Baptiste Michaudier might have been the other party involved if there was an incident between the pair. But now Van der Stroys trying to put the pressure on Bishop. And it's very difficult to force Macaulay Bishop into an unforced error. The slightest mistake by any one of these three drivers will cost them the opportunity to be on the top step of the podium just in a few in about just over half an hour's time or so. Mika van der Pavert gets passed by Lawrence Herboz, whereas Freddie Ingram's just been passed for 9th. And there's the change for the race lead. Van der Stroy's through on Macaulay Bishop at turn 6. And now Bishop's going to fire it back up the inside. Retakes the lead off of the Europelan at turn 7 at the chicane. So Van der Stroys is the Bouvin Power meet in a Dan Holland Racing sandwich right now. And the gloves are starting to come off now. I can sense it in the driving. I can see it in the driving and the body language of these three competitors. Van der Stroys was looking to possibly go for a move on Macaulay Bishop a little bit later on in the lap after Bishop retook the lead through turn 7 off of the Europelan. We're over the halfway point of this race, and still the top three, they have broken away. They are clear and far away from the rest of the opposition. Sverre Ubben in the 3-4-6 now rounds out the top 4. Wout Kirstens, Lawrence Herboz, Mika van der Pavert, Scott Westhovens, Matej Radenkovic and Freddie Ingram are now rounding out the top 10. Robbie Stauder, in the meantime, is also making moves up the order, up 14 places from 26th and is now 12th, and is 2 places away from the top 10. Baptiste Michaudier now retires from the race as Van der Stroys launches up the inside, went sideways as he rotated the kart through turn 12. He not only lost the opportunity to lead the race, but he's just handed it on a silver platter to Jaden Teen, who on the start of lap 9, lap 10, retakes the race lead and has a gap of about 3 and a bit tenths of a second between himself and Macaulay Bishop. Scott Westhovens now drops behind Matej Radenkovic as the 333 has got past the 353 for 8th place. Luca Thiel, well, a bit of a shame for the German driver in the 399. He's now rounding out the top 15. He's been closed in on by Jasper Leenerts. Tom Longois rounds out 17th. 18th, it's Joris Schoens, Eva Anagnostiidis, and Vincent van Kerkhoffen round out the top 20. Just under 5 minutes to go. And it was only going to be a case that one driver was going to make a move, and whether it was going to work out or not was another side to the story. But that person was Tommy van der Stroys. He went for the move, he went for the lead through turn 12 and got a little bit caught out, compromised himself inadvertently, and Jaden Thien was there to pick up the pieces and take the race lead. So here is the battle. Well, that's a great little move there on Mika van der Pavert by Matej Radenkovic. Lawrence Herboz just up ahead in the 398. So this is a battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. We still have 4 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. Right. Well, there's a kart that's just gone off the circuit. I'm wondering if that's Aidish Mehta, who might have just pulled into pit lane. Lloyd Hare is also from Racing Evolution, looks to have retired on lap 9. But Jaden Teen has nearly a half-second advantage over Macaulay Bishop. Tommy van der Stroys continues to run in 3rd place, less than 8 tenths of a second between them. But that move that Tommy van der Stroys did a couple of laps ago, that might have very much decided the outcome of this race. But the unpredictability of senior Rotax can be factored in at the snap of a fingers without a moment's hesitation. Fastest lap of the race now goes to Joris Schoens, and now it's gone to van der Stroys. who will see how much time is on the digi flag as he comes across the start-finish line. New fastest lap by the 301 from the Netherlands, 54.736. Gap between first, second and third now just over 0.7 of a second. We have 2.5 minutes to go. And as I said, these three were the odds-on favourites to go for the race win and go for the title of kickoff champion for 2024. Jaden Teen has had a lot of success recently, most notably the Rotax Max Challenge, Winter Cup at Karting Campilos just a handful of weeks ago. So pick a winner between these three. 0.6 separate them. They have literally cantered away into the distance and decided to battle between themselves. But it's looking more likely that the battle is going to be between Jaden Teen and Macaulay Bishop for the win. But never count out Tommy van der Stroys. As always, if there's a will, Tommy will find a way. And so will the two in front of him, if they were in the same position that he is at the moment. But it's based on pace now. It's full throttle. It's push it to the limit right up until the checkered. You know, every bit of energy, mentally and physically, you will expend all of it. And 2.3 of a second separate Jaden Teen and Macaulay Bishop. Now, what does Bishop have in his back pocket? Does he have a surprise for the Flying Dutchman in front of him? Nearly 2 wheels on the grass there. Uncharacteristic from Macaulay Bishop. The grass is wet. There are puddles in some of the little divots just off of the tarmac, the white lines on the tarmac. Very, very lucky not for the kart to get caught into it and one of the wheels ending up spinning the kart around. Next time around, we go on to not only the penultimate lap of this race, but we also go on to the penultimate lap of this year's BNL Karting Series kickoff here at the Home of Champions. They cross the line with 11 seconds to go. Jaden Teen leading by 3.5 of a second. Bishop, P2. Van der Stroys, P3. Ubben, 4th. Radenkovic, Kirstens, Herboz, Mika van der Pavet, Robbie Stordeur and Freddie Ingram. Robbie Stordeur has moved up 17 places. So it's going to come down to the final lap. It's going to be about who is going to put it on the line. Who wants it the most? Who wants the victory? Through into turn 10. All three very neatly getting through and coming out of that corner. But it's going to be the last 1,360 metres to decide our senior Rotax kickoff champion. Teen drags us on to the final lap, kicking and screaming. Ahead of Macaulay Bishop, who closes up in the braking zone at turn 2. Now into 3. Van der Stroys is there or thereabouts. Half a second separate the top 3 as we head to turn 6 for the final time. Now they're going to be at full throttle. Tommy van der Stroys tries to get a little bit of aerodynamic efficiency by putting his head down, and he's closed right on in on Macaulay Bishop, heading through out of turn 7 into turn 8. Could this be the moment that Jaden Teen has been waiting for? That Macaulay Bishop, if he was close enough to him, he would go for the move and try and execute it fairly but firmly. One more corner remains, and Jaden Teen looks over his right shoulder out of the final corner. It's going to be BNL kickoff glory for Jaden Teen from the Netherlands by just under 0.2 of a second. And what's more, it's a Dan Holland Racing 1-2, and you can see the sigh of relief, the euphoria. Jaden Teen is the man. He's done the business. He got in the lead when it mattered the most, and he kept a hold of it. You know what? I'm going to have to say this. Not only Jaden Teen being the winner of the BNL kickoff for senior Rotax this year, but Macaulay Bishop and Tommy van der Stroys are very much as deserving as Jade and Teen, but there can only be one winner. Bishop second, van der Stroys rounds out the top three, and after 17 laps of racing, covered by 0.43 of a second, van der Stroys gets the fastest lap of the race as a little bit of a consolation prize. Sverre Ubben, Mateo Radenkovic, Mika van der Pavert, Lawrence Herboz, Wout Kirstens, Freddie Ingram, and Robbie Stordeur, the two biggest movers at the bottom part of the top 10, round out the top 10. Ralph van der Pavert, Sebastian Koch, Scott Westhovens, Tom Longois, Jori Schoens, Luca Thiel, Ava Anagnostiidis, Enzo Boll, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, and Jasper Leenerts round out the top 20. Alexandre Lemaire-Sicre will get a 5-second time penalty post-race for pushing, which will drop the French driver down to the 29th and final position of the drivers that finished the race. Along with that, we had Daniel Stel, 21st, Martin Gaiskens, Bram Plomp, Manolo Sendin, Kevin Navis, Puck Gubbles, Jake Bezelbeck, along with Dante Sima, Alexandre Lemaire-Sicre being the last of the 29 finishers. Adish Mehta representing Buildup Middle East in 30th, retiring on lap 9, along with Lloyd Hare, Baptiste Michadia, and Giorgio Markenstein, also unfortunately retiring on laps 6 and 4, respectively. Well, as they say, that's it. That's the racing action completed for the first of 5 official race weekends for the BNL Karting Series. Now, being that this is a winner-take-all event, there's no points. But that situation will change in just 2 weeks' time. April the 6th and the 7th starts the first of 4 rounds for the 2024 BNL Karting Series season, and it always starts here and ends here. We'll be going all the way through to the end of September, and at that point, Grand Finals tickets for this year's 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals will be handed out on the podium just by the grandstand. The Road to Sarno begins in 2 weeks' time, but we will celebrate our BNL Kickoff champions. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes, to Camp Company who have provided race control, live timing, live streaming. Also, a big thank you to everyone down in Parc Fermé in scrutineering, Tyre Bay. Also, a big thank you to Team MKG for their assistance, having braved the weather conditions all the way through. Also to the RACB for providing the stewards panel this weekend. A big thank you to all the teams, all the drivers, all the families, all the mechanics, and everyone that has been here. Also, a big thank you to Patrick and the team at the a la carte brasserie as always. We will see you in 2 weeks' time for the first of 4 rounds as the Road to Sarno starts right here on April 6th at the home of champions, Karting Genk. Good night, goodbye, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you for watching.